Hello and welcome to the final leg of the Super 7 series. We're here at Bury St Edmunds Rugby Club and we are kicking off with the side that topped the standings in the elite men's competition. The British Army, they've won the previous two legs at Farnham and at Newbury. Now they come here looking to seal the overall title. They open up with a guest side. They're up against HMP Barbarians, who have stepped in for Isha Mavericks, who've been at the foot of the table. British Army made up largely of players of Fijian heritage, and they play that way as well. Really exciting side to watch. In this elite men's competition, we've got 4 groups of 3 teams each. The top 2 from each of the groups go through to the cup quarterfinals, and the bottom team goes to the bowl semi-finals. There's also a plate competition for those knocked out in those quarterfinals. A long way to go before we get into that. We've also got an elite women's competition, which we will get into in a little bit of time, but the kickoff has happened and HMP have collected the ball and move it to the right-hand side, looking to make an early impact, but it's an early defensive impact from the British Army. Over on pitch 2, by the way, things have kicked off between Apache and Hong Kong, China.
Play on!
The Army go quickly, resplendent in red, looking to shift it right out to the far side. We're going to see a little tester here of their pace and power and skill. Defence is up to it, but boy, have they had to work hard. The Army move it away quickly from that breakdown. Little goose step and then the lovely floated pass. If he can regain his balance, this could well be the opening score of the game. Looks as though it's going to be the Army picking up where they left off at Newbury. scoring tries and having fun at the Super 7 Series. A super start from the Army, no less than we expected. It was all about, could he regather his balance? If he could, he was home and dry. That's exactly what he did. Conversion doesn't quite go, but a 5-0 lead for the Army. Here we see it again. That quickly recycled ball, the little goose step just to get on the outside, and then that lovely floated pass. Stepped up on his balance. He was away. 5-0.
Guys behind.
The British Army. Kickoff's not going to go 10 though. Be a free kick on halfway to HMP, made up largely, by the way, of some Bury St Edmunds players, actually, the HMP Barbars side. That is a huge collision. And then a lovely dummy. HMP showing that they're here to play. Wires crossed a little bit that time. Competing hard, but HMP get it back. Doing well to keep possession alive and trying to just shift that point of contact as much as they can. Important to get that offload away as well, because they're behind the gain line, but they just lose patience there. Stick the ball over the top, and the Army are going to take advantage right away. So important to keep your patience in the game of sevens. And they just lost a touch of patience there, and the Army so clinical in response to it. Just to give you an idea of the overall picture in the Super 7 Series, the Army lead the way after the first two tournaments with 40 points. You get 20 points for a tournament win, so obviously 40 points, they've won both tournaments. 13 points clear
Behind on the wing.
of Apache behind them, which effectively means the Army, they reach the final, are guaranteed to win overall. Realistically means if they get anywhere near a semi-final, they're guaranteed to win it. Over in the women's competition, Hammerhead Sharks lead the way, but it's really tight over there. Boom Beavers just 3 points behind them, and Shogun are only a further 5 behind those. Of course, it's not just about the overall standings. There's a competition to be won here as well. 12 teams in the men's and all 8 teams in the women's will fancy that very much indeed. What a way to finish off the series it would be. Or very nearly a delicious offload there. This is where the Army have been dangerous though, is on those turnover possessions, but they just spill it on this occasion. First scrum of the day then.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
It's a solid one for HMP. Fizzing the ball out to the left-hand side and then bringing that physicality again. They have been, despite being on average smaller men, they have brought an impressive level of physicality. Just lose the ball forward there. This, of course, Pool A, the third team in this pool, Vaquita Fiji Warriors.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Turned over at the breakdown there by HMP. That's great work. Passes forward. All that endeavour. Moving towards final play of the half now.
Crouch. Bind.
Sure you all know, 7 minutes each way.
Help him, go over it.
Contest there. And the Army get off their feet.
Back, lads.
Penalty HMP. They go quickly and tie in some defenders if they can move this away. Can't quite move it away quickly enough. There might have been some space, but the Army have had time to close the space. Now it's chipped over the top, but the Army have it, and could they finish off with a flourish? They love this broken field kind of action, and they're going to have a little go around the outside. He's found some spaces. He got support on the inside. May not need it. Gets the pass away, but it doesn't go to hand. Still stays alive, though. Army still coming through in waves. Looking for a third try to finish off the half, but the ball runs out into touch, and that will be half-time. But how dangerous do the British Army look when they get on the counter-attack? Those broken field situations. Can't capitalise on that one, but we head into the half-time break with the Army leading HMP 10 points to 0, 2 tries to 0, and a fantastic start to leg 3, the final leg from the British Army. Short half time, players on the field and ready to go again. Resplendent in red, 10 points to the good against HMP Barbars. There's sort of pinkish hue to their shirts on the screen, isn't there? That Army flair. They've regathered the kickoff. In for an early score here. Being so threatening whenever they've had the ball. Pass doesn't go to hand, but stays alive. This is what I love about the way they play as well. They don't mind if the ball goes to ground as long as it gets to where they're trying to get it to, and then they get the fend in. That's how they do it. Get the ball to where it needs to go. Trust that the space is there. And then trust that the players have the quality to finish it off. That ball, it was all about putting it in the space. And just a little pop pass back inside. A huge fend. For a simple finish in the end. Third try for the Army, 15-0 they lead. Conversion goes through. They nudge out to a 17-0 lead. Just take a look at this again. Pull it down this right-hand side. This offload is key. And look at that fend. Oh. Brilliant rugby from the Army.
Backwards from red.
They're coming back again in waves. They're on it now. Fizzing the ball out wide. One-on-one in the outside channel. Cuts back inside. Defence is there. But it took 3 defenders to bring him down. Oh, that's a lovely offload. Can he finish? Yes, he can. Oh, we're seeing the repertoire now.
Yeah, stuff your heat. Check where you are. Behind the kicker.
4th try for the Army. No, kickoff won't go 10. HMP
Pull down.
would actually try and gather it, but failed to do so, so we come back for a free kick on halfway. Another score. That's forcing the outside player to check his run, and that's a dangerous one. May well bounce into their hands though, gives them a chance to get on the front foot. Couple of defenders tied in. Slowish ball though. The Army come flying up in the outside channel. Forces HMP to take it through the middle. Loading game is good though. They are trying their best to move it away from contact, and they're doing so with some success. Ball is spilled and it'll be a scrum. Up next, we stay in the elite men's competition over in Pool B. Shogun against Stunts. Shogun, one of those sides that are just about still in contention. They're currently sitting 3rd in the overall table on 25 points. I want a big performance in Pool B. Boom Beavers, the 3rd team in that one. And after that, we move into the women's elite competition. Hammerhead Sharks against Hong Kong China at 11:30. Vita Hammerheads against Hong Kong China. And the men's competition at 11:50. As Fiji, sorry, not Fiji, as British Army, should say, break away for another score. And this is a fine start to the day's action from the British Army. They arrived as favourites, and they're showing us exactly why. Carving through for a 5th. They were singing together before the day began, and they will be singing at the end of this game as well. What a start from the British Army.
In front.
They're offside at that kickoff though.
On the wing, in front.
So HMP will get a chance. They've got 1 minute to score a try. Give themselves something to seize upon as the day goes on, but it's been ripped by the Army, who are going to want to finish with a flourish. Out to this near side they come, stepping back inside and back inside again and back inside one more time, and they're going to race away for a 6th. special from the Army. Brilliant work. Conversion as well, and that is full time. Quite outstanding. 36-0 victory for the British Army. What a start to the day. Tough opener for HMP, but life will get easier. This Army side is near on impossible at the moment. They are so good. As we see the replay of that final try, wonderful footwork. The Army's number 6. The players are on the field for the next game. Shogun against Stunts. The fantastic sides in Pool B. Be underway in just a couple of moments' time for that one. Well, hello everyone. as you will probably have seen from the schedule, we are supposed to have Shogun against Stunts right now, but I think looks as though we're going to have a little bit of a friendly kickabout between Shogun on the pitch at the moment. Stunts, unfortunately, don't quite have the players for the fixture yet, so this one is by. Shogun do get the win. And, well, it looks as though we're going to have a bit of fun and games out on the field. Let's see what happens here. Well, they were offside from the kickoff is what's going to happen here. But hey-ho. Shogun, of course, formerly the Samurai side, but now rebranded as Shogun Rugby. They've been performing very well. They're sitting third in the current standings overall, reached the final at Newbury last time out. They've also been performing very well with their junior side, who've won every single competition at the Lit Sevens. So they are a bit of a powerhouse from top to bottom, our Shogun. They're giving everyone a bit of a chance just to see what they're all about here on field and having a bit of fun with it as they do it. By the way, over on the other pitch, it's Rugby Deutschland against Academic Barbarians. Rugby Deutschland, of course, Germany. Don't mention the result against Scotland. Dear, oh dear. Shogun having good fun out here. It's a lovely setting, Bury St Edmunds Rugby Club. Hosted the final leg last year as well. Of course, Bury St Edmunds, over the years, have really, really grown as a club. Playing in the national leagues nowadays. It's only probably 15 years ago they were local fixtures against the Ipswich Rugby Club, Ipswich YM, Hadley, the likes of those. Now, national level rugby.
Offside.
Top team nowadays. Under the stewardship of Jacob Ford nowadays as well, who's also heading things up at Ipswich School. Ford, the son of Mike Ford, the former
offside again.
Bath head coach, Bath director of rugby, in fact he was, amongst his many other jobs. Top level coach. Shogun today, they're under the stewardship of former Ireland international Kevin Maggs, long-time centre partner of Brian O'Driscoll. So heads up the IQ rugby programme, does Kevin Maggs. Yeah, he's the coach of Shogun. Him earlier is telling me he absolutely loves it. And absolutely loving it are his boys out on field, keeping us entertained through this bye fixture.
Certainly.
Getting a few clues as to what to look out for when Shogun play, aren't we? Direct play.
Boys, need
late running
all
lines.
offside constantly.
Fantastic to see. As I mentioned before, we move across the women's competition once this friendly fixture is done. Hammerhead Sharks against Hong Kong China Rugby over in Pool B. There's 2 pools of 4 in the women's competition. In that women's competition, the top 2 teams from each pool go through to the Cup semi-finals, and the bottom 2 teams from each pool late semi-finals. Tense day in that women's competition. Shogun's running aside in the women's competition as well. 2 sides against each other here in this friendly fixture here on the main pitch. They will be very happy, I am sure, despite having not, well, they would have loved to play, but they'll be very happy with the fact that they've got the bye victory here. Sets them up very nicely to come out of this Pool B, where Boom Beavers sides to look out for. As I mentioned earlier, 4 pools in this men's competition, all pools of 3, top 2 in each pool through to the Cup quarterfinals, bottom side through to the bowl semi-finals. Cup quarter-final losers go to the plate semi-finals. 3 bits of silverware up for grabs today in the men's competition, and of course on top of that the overall standings. Where on the line, anyone stop the British Army? Looks unlikely in the overall standings, though still possible. But I wonder if someone might be able to challenge them. Cup title today, perhaps Shogun. Not least because I've just spied bibbed shirts as the sort of Shogun reserves playing as the starting team here in this friendly fixture. Tom Burton is an absolute superstar of a player. He's only on the bench for Shogun. That tells us an awful lot about them.
Advantage. Advantage over.
Playing a sort of physical level of touch is how I'd describe it out here in this this friendly fixture. Just a reminder for those of you that are tuning in expecting Shogun against Stunts. Stunts unfortunately hadn't quite got a hold of all their players yet ahead of this fixture. Shogun were awarded a bye, but they fancied a bit of a run around anyway, so they've put on a show for us in front of the cameras here. A little sort of hard touch encounter is probably how I'd describe it between their starting 7 remaining.
Step back.
Busy day for the referees, I'm sure. Very glad they didn't choose that option. Always good.
Pass.
Side out on the field. And that's half time. It looks as though Magsy's got his selection right because his first team are leading 10-0. So, as you can see, we've got a bit of a turnaround on field. Shogun decided 7 minutes was enough for their little game of touch between themselves, and as though Boom Beavers women's side from the elite women's competition in Pool A are going to do a little bit of the same extended training run. And for those of you tuning in, this is all because the Shogun against Stunts game was a bye for Shogun and Stunts players. Hadn't all quite arrived, I believe. So that one was a bye for Shogun. We'll be back in proper action again though in a few minutes time. 11:10 we're due to get underway between the Boom Beavers women's side, who you can see having this little training run out there. Wooden Spoon Marauders women's side as well. They're up next. 11:10 a.m. for that one. So if you need a cup of tea or a bacon sandwich or something, this is a good time to go and do it. But if you're enjoying seeing what's coming up, stay with us and I'll talk you through it. Not least because the sun has come out. Everyone's happier in the sun, aren't they? It's always a better day in the sun. Always a better day in the sun. Although one chap to my right's got his umbrella out. I think that's more as a parasol rather than a sun protection device. You know what I mean. He's not keeping dry, that's what I mean. Attempt to catch it behind the back there out on field. It's a good time, isn't it, just to have a little think about what the rest of the day could shape up to be. And who the runners and riders might be. So the leg one in the women's competition, won by Hammerhead Sharks. They beat Shogun in the final of that one. Hammerhead Sharks then reached the final again in Newbury in leg two. They lost in that final to the side that you can see on field at the moment, Boom Beavers, who are going to be in action in just a couple of minutes' time against Wooden Spoon Marauders. So Hammerhead Sharks arrive topping the standings, 3 points clear of Boom Beavers, 8 points clear of Shogun. And actually, Vaquita Hammerheads aren't too far away either. They're 11 points behind Hammerhead Sharks, and remember, it's 20 points if you win the cup. So sniff of a chance for them. But it has been, in both legs, the same four teams have progressed. Hammerhead Sharks, Shogun, Vaquita Hammerheads, Boom Beavers. Vaquita Hammerheads, the only one of those four not to reach a final so far. Could they spring a surprise at all away with the silverware today? Men's competition has been utterly dominated by the Army. Reached both finals, won them both, a maximum 40 points from 40. They have been absolutely sensational. But chasing them down have been Apache and Shogun, who've each reached a final. Apache have reached a semi-final as well. Shogun missed out actually on the Cup semi-finals, leg one at Farnham. But they made up for that by winning the plate. It's just about kept them in touch. Between those three for the overall standings, Vaquita Fiji Warriors sitting fourth, but 18 points. They are too far behind to make the catch. But as I say, that's the overall standings. The bigger picture, but the smaller picture, the picture that everyone is here for today, is the Bury St Edmunds Sevens, the Green King IPA Sevens. This is a standalone competition on itself. Plenty of silverware up for grabs today. Not least in the women's elite competition, which is about to get underway. Captains are on the field and chatting to the referee. It's going to be Boom Beavers against Wooden Spoon Marauders. Pool A in that women's competition. See them rock, paper, scissors to decide. One of my favourite things about sevens is go for the old rock, paper, scissors method. Boom Beavers are going to be in purple and that shocking pink colour. Fantastic kit. Wooden Spoon Marauders, of course, part of the Wooden Spoon charity. They are in their predominantly white shirt with the blue, green and red hoops. And it'll be them to get us started. We are back underway with live rugby here at the final leg of the Super 7 series at Bury St Edmunds. We're into the women's competition. It's Hammerhead Sharks. It's not at all Hammerhead Sharks. What am I talking about? It's Boom Beavers against Wooden Spoon Marauders. My head's in a spin after that 14 minutes off. But we're underway. Boom Beavers receive the kickoff. Make good headway from it. Evading a couple of would-be tacklers. And already, just in that first carry, we see exactly why Boom Beavers are flirting with the top of the standings. They have a penalty. Look around the outside, then had a look on the inside, then round the outside again, and then the tackle came in. It's tied in 3 defenders. There might be a bit of space on that far side. Boom Beavers can get it there quickly enough. Wooden Spoon do really well. Just get their drift in, make the tackle. Of course, Boom Beavers to keep going, and they've spilled that one, and there could be a chance here. Hacked through. Tidied up by Boom Beavers. Sniff of an opening there, though, for Wooden Spoon Marauders, and a sniff of something around the outside here for Boom Beavers. The tackle came in. That was a really important tackle. One more step around the outside, and the try could have been on, even from that range. Direct approach there. And the offload, which doesn't quite work. Still in Boom Beavers' possession. And now they do find the space around the outside, and they are going to race away for the opening score. Well, are they? Look, the corner flag is coming in. The corner flag chase is coming across. I think she's going to be just fine. Is she just about? My word, that was a good chase down. But Boom Beavers get the try. But a little warning sign there. Make sure you finish them off. You see the gas around the outside, but just look, coming into screen in a couple of seconds' time, out of nowhere, the Wooden Spoon Marauders defender just runs out of puff as she starts to close in. But it's a try for Boom Beavers and a 5-0 lead.
Yep.
They make a raft of changes. Unsurprisingly, that was an exhausting opening 2.5 minutes. A chilly gust of wind is coming. Everyone very bravely, including myself, has decided to go for shorts today. That illusion of the British summer has struck. And, it is quite cold. Cold, it'll warm up later on.
No release.
Ball lost by Boom Beavers.
Knock on. No.
We'll have a scrum.
Scrum. White ball.
Back-to-back games in this elite women's competition. Here on the live pitch, Hammerhead Sharks against Hong Kong China is up next.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Hammerhead Sharks, of course, who top the standings Going to be a game to watch. Hong China, of course, one of the two international
No,
sides
not on the ball, release!
playing this competition. Teams in both the men's and women's competitions. It's Hong Kong, China, and Rugby Deutschland, the German side.
Not on the ball.
Meantime,
Ball's
Wooden
out,
Spoon possession, but they lost control of it, and Boom Beavers have stolen it. They're going to have a go around the outside. They could be away for a second score. They are away for a second score. Fantastic pace around the corner.
Enough of that, thanks.
2 tries for Beavers. That is a wonderful, wonderful start for the girls in purple. Outstanding gas.
Let's go.
First possession really for Marauders, but they've had it intercepted, and Beavers might be looking for a third here. There's a bit of space on the far side. They've got to get the ball out to it. Defence came up. Important. Bit of defending there, and then that is sneaky. That is so sneaky. Through the legs of her own teammate for the third try. Well, I can't wait to see that again. I've never seen a try like that before. That is absolutely extraordinary. Conversion is good. Just take a look at this. They try and move the ball to space. It's shut down brilliantly by the defence. But just look at how this emerges. She gets up. She's underneath her teammate. Runs under her leg. And away home. No wonder no one was there to tackle her. And they couldn't possibly have predicted she'd be there. Fantastic. Answers on a postcard, or indeed on Instagram at NextGenXV. Is it crossing if you run through your own player or under your own player? I suppose you haven't crossed if you burrow under them.
No.
Let us know your thoughts, everyone. That one.
No, ball's out.
Beavers, no such concerns. They're looking to get away for a fourth, trying to put the hammer down, then they get the pass away. Defence is doing really well to hold them up, but then the surge of pace comes on. It's going to be a fourth. Boom Beavers are absolutely flying in this opening encounter. And that is half-time. Conversion is good. 26 points to 0. Boom Beavers lead against Wooden Spoon Marauders. Wooden Spoon must be thinking, we've not done too much wrong.
Thank you.
But they are just being faced by a side that has an extraordinary amount of pace in their ranks. And they have made that pace count. Just look at this. Gliding, gliding, and then goes. And as soon as she goes, there is no stopping her. Half time. Boom Beavers 26. Wooden Spoon Marauders 0. Back underway with Wooden Spoon Marauders receiving kickoff and looking to make an indent into this 26-0 lead that Boom Beavers have. Marauders just spilling the ball though, and Beavers tidy it up. Free deciding that wasn't a ruck, so she was able to play that ball. Another one for you referees out there. When is a ruck and when is a ruck not a ruck? There, I put that one down. It's just a ball. Boom Beavers going straight and making ground. That's a lovely short ball. Can't get that second pass away, but that was a great line and a great short ball through the gap. Just doesn't quite work for them. Marauders will be grateful for that. Not an insurmountable gap this, but it is a tricky one. They do not want to be conceding any more points.
Fine.
So important that they get the next one. They're going to have a look around the outside. They get the pass away, but catch doesn't quite stick. Regathered, but it was lost forward.
Knock on purple.
Crowd is slowly starting to build here at Bury St Edmunds.
Scrum, purple.
Final game tonight starts at 6:40. Expect that crowd to build and build through the day.
Crouch.
Been articles in all the local papers about it. There's a good one in the Bury Free Press yesterday, highlighting today's tournament and how people can come to watch with the others as well. But Boom Beavers, you needed to be here in time to watch them, because they are an absolute sensation to watch. Taking the long way around and making it pay. Has to back pedal. Goes on an arc that begins facing her own try line. And I said it in the first half, this Boom Beavers side has pace to burn, and another example of it there. They are relentless.
Let's go, water off. Let's go.
Over on pitch 2, by the way, it's Brunel Trailfinders against Shogun Rugby, also in the Women's Elite competition. Brunel Trailfinders, of course, part of Brunel University and the Ealing Trailfinders partnership. They're running pretty well in the overall standings, sitting in 5th place.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
We're on pitch 1, Boom Beavers, 31-0 up against Wooden Spoon Marauders, and looking for more and getting more. They have their sights set on silverware today to Boom Beavers, and this is a statement performance to begin with.
Just under 3.
Conversion won't go, but at 36 points to 0, it doesn't matter too much. takes the blindside route of the scrum. And then just look at the strength here, just to hold off the tackler.
Time off.
Brilliant.
Ball. Okay. Time's back on.
Off allowed to bounce, but it is recovered by Wooden Spoon.
Hands away.
Go to ground, and Boom Beavers, you think at 36-0 up, they might take the foot off the gas, but just no such thoughts. Competing so hard at the breakdown. There they are again. They lost the ball, but they get the penalty for their work at the breakdown. Go quickly and across the line. They only know one way, and it's full throttle.
Yes, thank you.
And the sun's coming out again. We're being treated here. Very St Edmunds. See. Fantastic club, by the way. You can just see. We have a look at the kickoff version. You can just see.
Let's go.
Behind this pitch. Fantastic 4G surface as well. Top facilities. Very St Edmunds. Marauders have caught the kickoff.
Release.
Can they get a score? Under a minute left.
Off the foot, play it.
Ball is still alive. Bit of support, it does arrive. Once again though, getting that support. Loose ball goes to Boom Beavers. 30 seconds on the clock. It's going to be time for more, unless she waits to touch this down. She doesn't, as the Wooden Spoon Marauders chase came in. 46. Utterly ruthless from Boom Beavers. It's the only word for it. They've been sensational, but it has been ruthless. Seizing on every error and turning it into points. That's the final whistle. Conversion was good, and it is a 48-0 victory for Boom Beavers over Wooden Spoon Marauders to kick off this women's elite competition. Boom Beavers, they won it in leg 2, and it's going to take something pretty special to stop them in leg 3 if that performance is anything to go by. See that final try here. It was loose ball, seized upon. Chase came in, but nothing really that Wooden Spoon Marauders could do about it. Full time here. Boom Beavers 48, Wooden Spoon Marauders 0. And it's going to be a quick turnaround. We're going to stay in this women's elite competition, where Hammerhead Sharks and Hong Kong China go head to head in Pool B in just a couple of moments' time. But what a fantastic performance from Boom Beavers. Keep your eyes on them.
Final score, pitch two, Shogun and Vaquita 29, Trailfinders nil. Next up on pitch two, we've got the Vaquita Hammerheads against Semifinal.
Back underway then, as I say, staying in this elite women's competition. Hammerhead Sharks against Hong Kong, China. Hammerheads wearing white, Hong Kong, China in red, and Hammerheads, who top this women's overall standings, are on a surge early on, up to the 22. Good cover tackle comes in though. Hammerheads going to go around the outside, and they manage to. This could be a fantastic start. It is a fantastic start. Inside of a minute, Hammerhead Sharks have their first score. That is how you do it. They're in a good group. Competitive group. Hammerhead Sharks, Vaquita Hammerheads, Savvy Panthers and Hong Kong China. As I've mentioned before, top two go through to the cup semi-finals, bottom two to the plate semi-finals. This is a wonder start from Hammerhead Sharks, burning around the outside for a fantastic score to open things up.
Play. Not back by red. White ball.
Point skills there from the referee. Assistant referee. From memory, first line out of the day. Here on pitch one. Lost forward.
Come down. Good ball, here we go. Focus, meet them up for me. Stability and height for me. Take a step back, man. Crouch! Bind!
Oh, powerful stance from Hammerhead Sharks. All this scrum. Good quick ball for Hong Kong China. You step back inside and find a bit of space. It's snagged up in the end by Hammerhead Sharks, but get the ball away. It's just a sign of what Hong Kong can do. Spread it to the far side.
Strip. You're off your feet. Strip back.
It's a penalty. Sharks. Floating the pass across the defence, and it's lost forward. Will come back for a Hong Kong scrum.
Come down. Good ball. Here we go.
Back-to-back games on the live stream for Hong Kong, because their men's side are up next in Pool D against Vaquita Hammerheads.
Bind!
I'll try that one again. The men's side are up next against Vaquita Hammerheads.
Time in.
Oh, that's lovely from Hong Kong. Maybe went for one extra pass that they didn't need to. But it stays alive, stays in their control, powering forward down the left-hand side. They pull it out to the right, try to get the loop move going, doesn't quite work. Hammerhead Sharks have it. What's the counter like? It's not too shabby. Oh, that's lovely out the back door. And again, cutting back inside. One more pass. Now it's a foot race for the line. This will be fantastic if Hammerhead Sharks can finish it off, and they're going to. That is a wonderful try. clinical counter-attacking rugby, offloads galore, and they finish it off for their second try of the game and a 12-0 lead that'll surely become 14 with this conversion.
In the middle. Okay, thank you.
Does indeed become 14. Conversion is good. Just look at this. Out the back door there. Out the back door there. Pass through contact here, and then it's just a foot race for the line and a foot race between the two number 8s that is won by Hammerhead Sharks. Quality play. Kick-off well claimed by Hong Kong.
Never on the ball, never on the ball.
You look good in these short channels. Making life a bit tougher when they go into the wide channels, but in and around those fringes they look so threatening, and now a lovely little interchange of passes. But it's sharp work on the floor from Hammerhead Sharks. But I think that set might have just tired them out. They thought about going quickly and then just gone, you know what, let's just chill out for a second.
Let's go.
Referee keen to get a move on. The off for touch, I tell you what, that's a fantastic touch finder as well. Well beyond halfway. Right underneath my commentary position.
All the way, keep gap. There, nice.
Again, though, it's lost forward out the line out. Just not quite
Come down.
getting that line out functioning as they want it to.
Beside me. Just a side. Timing, please. Crouch! Bind! Set! Balls out.
Can't go wider off this set piece. Lovely loop move. Ronnie Sexton would have liked that, but then just lost forward.
Knocked on.
They're a pass away often, Hong Kong, from breaking through. If they can just make those final passes stick, they may find some joy. But as it is, it's half-time and Hammerhead Sharks, winners of leg 1 at Farnham, who are leading here 14 points to 0 against Hong Kong China. Join us for the second half any moment now.
Half-time score here on pitch 1, Hammerhead Sharks 14, Hong Kong China Rugby 0. Half-time score of Pitch 2, Vaquita Hammerheads 21 and Semifinal still.
Back underway. Hammerhead Sharks
Yeah, tackle's available.
leading 14-0. Could it be 21? It may well be 21. What a start to the second half for Hammerhead Sharks. Breaking through the middle. And that is the perfect start to this second half. Brilliant score to get things underway. And they've retained the kickoff as well. They go back to back to start the second half. Hong Kong will be hoping not. They want to try and stay in touch here. Patient play for Hammerhead Sharks, and it's good defence as well from Hong Kong. Done really well to slow that one. Pass over the top. There's a bit of space on that far side. They are going to go back to back to start the second half. 2 possessions, 2 scores. 4 tries overall. Hammerhead Sharks starting to flex their muscles.
They're just the right bit there.
£28-0 they lead. Once again, it's raw pace on the outside. It has been
Good right, so there.
the big difference maker in the 2 women's competition fixtures so far, is just raw pace on the outside.
Take him back.
This could be a chance though for Hong Kong. The chase is coming in, but it may not get there. Hong Kong, China looking for their opening score of the game. Oh, that's a wonderful, wonderful tackle.
11, no clear release.
Penalty is given away. I wonder if it might be a penalty try when this all shakes out. But that is brilliant cover defence. Referee gives the penalty.
11 white, no clear release.
But penalty only. Penalty only. Hong Kong, go for the line.
Knocked on.
Lost forward.
Play. Knocked on, play. Play on.
Referee
Take
very
it in.
keen for everyone to play on. I think Hammerhead Sharks were wanting the scrum. I've never seen that before.
Advantage over!
Ball still live. Referee telling them to play, but also saying that he's playing advantage. Very unusual. Ball is kicked through.
Yeah, that's fine.
Still going. Hammerhead Sharks play. She looks exhausted. That's sharp work on the floor from Hong Kong. China, oh, it's getting relentless out here now, isn't it? Referee pulls them back. I think everyone, bar the player with the ball, is quite happy about that. That's baffling me. I've never seen anything like that. Ball is lost forward. Referee says advantage, scrum advantage. Ball is live. Hammerheads don't really want to play it because it's behind their own try line, so they just leave it. Referee implores them to use it. They do eventually use it, break up the field. And they're still thinking, whatever happened to our scrum, sir? At 28-0 up, though, I don't think they'll be worrying you too much.
Let's get there quicker. Thank you. Thank you.
Hong Kong will be gutted. 2 great opportunities to score there. Just didn't quite get it done. Hammerheads come again. Pace around the outside again. We know once they get in that outside channel, they're so hard to stop. And once again, they show their pace, get their score, and they move to a 33-0 lead. This time they got the line out functioning. And then it was just that loop play in the midfield and then simple hands to the outside. We've said time and time again, once they're in those wide channels, there is no stopping them. Conversion doesn't go. The Hammerhead Sharks lead 33 points to 0 here against Hong Kong, China. Here it is again. That loop play in the midfield just ties in the defence. Allows them to put that big wide pass in. Final play then. That was nearly brilliantly gathered. Just lost. Be a scrum and won't be time. Won't be time for the scrum. A fantastic performance from Hammerhead Sharks. We knew they were a side to watch coming into this, and they proved it just there. Fantastic performance. There'll be more to come from Hong Kong, China, no doubt, as the competition wears on, though. They showed some real signs of what they can do as well. But it finishes up Hammerhead Sharks 33, Hong Kong, China 0. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we are back across to the men's elite competition now. It's to Pool D, where Vaquita Hammerheads take on Hong Kong China. Vaquita Hammerheads in white, Hong Kong China in blue. Vaquita Hammerheads get us underway, and that is a fantastic kickoff. Tap back into their possession as well. Big start from Vaquita Hammerheads. Moving into midfield, bursting through, looking for the offload, just didn't quite have the support. Stab through, there was no sweeper in place, it just didn't quite roll on as he'd hoped, so Hong Kong China get their first possession of the game. What have they got in the locker? A big step and a big fend. Again, though, support not quite there for the offload. Just needed someone following him through that gap. They keep it alive, move it out to the far channel. Bit of pace about this opening minute of action. That's a big tackle in midfield, and the ball is loose. The Vaquita Hammerheads have it. Pass goes out, opening score. Seizing on the mistake with Vaquita Hammerheads, and they have the opening score of the game. It had been a tidy spell of play from Hong Kong China, but that tackle forced them to move the ball away. They knew that the turnover was coming, just had to move the ball away. Unfortunately, a bit too loosely, Vaquita Hammerheads pounce. Have a 5-0 lead. We see it again here. This tackle is what makes the try. Tackle comes in. Hong Kong player knows he's vulnerable to the turnover there, so throws the ball away. Can't find a teammate. Vita Hammerheads tidy it up. Have the skills to finish it. Hong Kong claim the kickoff though. They got in response. It's good strength and footwork there. Ripped in the tackle though. Vita Hammerheads with really good work in contact there. I'll tell you what, you just heard on our pitch side mic just how physical this game is. It may be sevens, but don't mistake that for touch rugby. This is a physical old game out there.
I'll tell you, Dennis, I'll tell you. Bind. Move, pressure him. Set. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Pressure. Come.
Penalty, Hong Kong.
He's not in the scrum. He's offside.
They opt to use the boot on this one. Touch it up near enough to halfway. Line out goes over the top, so Vaquita Hammerheads have it, and they go surging through the middle here. Looked for the offload, may not need it, doesn't need it. Second score for Vaquita Hammerheads. Just found that seam between the line out and the defenders. Advantage brilliantly. Conversion good as well. See it there, the tail of the line out and the back line defence just with that little seam to run through. Again, try coming from the Hong Kong error, this time at the line out. The Hammerheads really have been very clinical, finishing off mistakes. Delay as change is made for Hong Kong. I think they had an injury there. Back underway. Vaquita Hammerheads again with an absolutely towering kickoff. just lost it forward as they went for it, but that is how you do a kickoff. Let me tell you, that is an absolute nightmare for the receiving side to deal with. They're arriving at it essentially flat-footed, trying to jump directly up. Meanwhile, the Hammerheads coming onto it at pace, able to leap high in the air. Very, very nearly worked for them. Hong Kong carrying one-handed, break around the outside. Still going. That's lovely footwork. Passes to hand as well. And then a bit of space around the outside, cutting back in very nicely, still cutting back in. Oh, Hong Kong up to the 22 now, and with the penalty. Bit of a slow one because there was a bit of a knock to one of the Vaquita Hammerheads players. Hong Kong. Penalty. First big chance for a score. Splitting slightly. Keep possession alive. Been slowed by Vaquita Hammerheads though. Vaquita number 11 does a passable impression of Darcy Graham, doesn't he, the Scotland winger? This is really, really good defence from Vaquita Hammerheads. Of course, as I say that, they slip off a tackle or two, and Hong Kong, China get their first try of the game. Really patient build-up play from Hong Kong. And just enough guile at the end to break the first tackle, and then enough strength to follow through on that second tackle and get across the whitewash.
Just a reminder, if anyone's feeling a bit peckish, there's a burger store at the end of pitch 1 and a sandwich shop as well as the bar. Make sure to make use of all those facilities. Burger shop, sandwich shop.
Conversion doesn't go, but at half time, Kong China have halved the deficit. Vita Hammerheads lead 10 points to 5.
Half-time score here on pitch 1, the Vaquita Hammerheads 12, Hong Kong, China Rugby 5.
Back underway. Hong Kong With the kickoff, it's a brilliant kickoff as well. They look to keep closing this gap. They went 10-0 down, largely through to Hammerheads, pouncing on their mistakes. And has tried to finish the half off, has just closed things up. Hong Kong pop the ball over the top, round the outside they go. Burning it around the outside. A score either side of the halftime break for Hong Kong China. And how about that? That's the game of sevens in a nutshell. They were looking in a perilous position, and now they find themselves on even terms. Great power through contact. That little almost basketball style pass over the top, and then how about that for wheels? Vaquita Hammerheads now looking to respond. Eyeing in defenders with that powerful carry. The play flank to flank, that ball just bounces but sits up nicely into the hands. Oh, that's a tackle and a half there. Penalty though. Very nearly intercepted, but it's gathered, and that little bit of temptation for the defence leads to a gap for the attack, and a quick response from Vaquita Hammerheads to the Hong Kong try. It'll put them back in front. So often the way, isn't it? You get tempted into something as the defender, and it opens up a hole for the attacker if it doesn't quite come off. Conversion good as well. Vita Hammerheads back in front. Just thought there was half a chance the intercept there. Then tried to turn that intercept into a tackle. Slipped off it. Vaquita Hammerheads are too good not to take advantage when that gap opens up. Hong Kong with the response. Oh, we're getting treated to a bit of a ding-dong contest here now. Got the penalty, went quick. It's just a dart around the fringe. That classic scrum half play, spotting. There's nobody around that fringe, and scampering away for the score. Conversion good as well. Oh, we've got a game on our hands here, haven't we? We've got a real game on our hands. We've got a big game coming up next as well. Stay in the men's elite competition. Wooden spoon against Rugby Deutschland in Pool C. Oh, and Hong Kong scorch away for another score to go back in front. Straight from the kickoff. Tapped back, one pass. Gap opens up. Hong Kong get their back-to-back score. What have Vaquita Hammerheads got in response? Absence of team sheets here on commentary. It's very tempting to start calling players by their lookalikes. Jameson Gibson Park out on the field at the moment. I'll leave it up to you viewers to work out who it might be as Vaquita Hammerheads kick through. It's an absolute foot race to get after it. Vaquita Hammerheads are going to get there first. Hack through again, but the boot's just not quite accurate enough and it goes out into touch. And Hong Kong will be thinking, if they can make this line out stick, that could be the game. Comeback victory. Doing well just to take their time over this one. Referees just stop things briefly while there's a substitution made. Line out's good. Hong Kong just have to play this one out. But they can't do so. That's a brilliant turnover for Vaquita Hammerheads. Trying to get the offload away. It's back in Hong Kong hands though. They've just got to get it off the field. I don't know if they know. Ball is loose again. It's an absolute scramble out there. Pops out the ruck. Now it's hacked through. Chases on. It's going to be Hammerheads that get there first. Half a second there. Hong Kong might get the penalty. Didn't happen. Vaquita Hammerheads keep possession. Lungs will be burning now. Once again, Hong Kong over the ball. Once again, though, not getting a reward for it. This is top defence, though. But it's good patience from Vaquita Hammerheads. And now there might be a bit of space on that far side. Players are absolutely exhausted out there. Hammerheads looking to go around the outside, cutting back inside. Could be away for the try here. They are going to be away for the try here. Vaquita Hammerheads at the death with the try. And it's a try that's going to get them the victory. The Hong Kong players are both devastated and completely out on their feet as well. They're all on their haunches. Conversion is good. Vaquita Hammerheads get the victory. But what a game of sevens. An absolutely brilliant game. The best of the day so far. Vaquita Hammerheads get the victory with this try in the final play. Fast turnarounds continue. Wooden Spoon Marauders against Rugby Deutschland in the men's elite. Wooden Spoon Marauders in possession with that free kick on halfway in their white and hoop shirts. Rugby Deutschland in black, trying to defend hard here against a pacey Wooden Spoon Marauders attack. And that is quite the opening from Wooden Spoon Marauders. Busy work from Wooden Spoon. That free kick on halfway, the dancing feet here.
Yep.
Quick ruck ball was crucial. Then out to the left-hand side. And Rugby Deutschland just ran out of numbers. First game of the day for Wooden Spoon Marauders. Rugby Deutschland have already been in action. They went down 33-12 to Academic Barbarians in the 10:50 kickoff over on pitch 2. And Spoon,
Make sure they're onside kicker.
well, they're enjoying themselves. What do Rugby Deutschland have in response? Pulling out to that far side. Just gone for the little
Step
switch
back.
play there, that classic sevens move of stretching it wide and then cutting back in, but instead they try to look around the outside, and now they stretch the play out to the other side and then start to dance back in. Oh, if that pass could have gone, there was a space there, and there's a space there as well. Oh, it's batted away. That's brilliant. That is really brilliant. And then just that final pass doesn't go to hand. Oh, such a shame. That lovely tip-on pass was a beautiful sight.
Here's the mark. It's here. Mommy! Crouch! Bind! Set!
Spoon setting off around the outside. Defence was good, using that touchline. Spoon pull back the other side. Defender comes rushing out, and that's just left a bit of space on that left-hand side. Is there a pass back inside? There is, but it's intercepted by the German side, and then that's a lovely fend just to evade the defender. Could there be some space? Exhaustive passage of play. Keep this one moving.
No!
Might just find some tired defenders. Not down there, they won't though. 4 white shirts
Step back.
blocking the path on that far
Offside.
side, but they were offside, so there's a penalty. Germans go quick. German rugby really has been experiencing a boom in the last few years. Brilliant things in the Rugby Europe Championships. Playing some nice stuff out here as well.
No!
Slow ball for them. I need to just try something just to pull the defence a bit here.
Knock-on advantage.
That's exactly what they did. They tried to go for the offload. It was slow ball. They knew they needed to engineer something. They just couldn't quite do it.
There's the
Be a
mark.
scrum to Wooden Spoon. Touchlines really have started to fill out now.
Anything we can do about the heat, boys? Nothing.
We creep towards lunchtime.
3 minutes.
Relation of Bury St Edmunds started to come out for a day in the sun here. Edmunds RFC.
Let's go. Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay outside now. Stay there. Straight on the ball.
Been hard to believe only a week ago, but a bit of dust kicking up on the surface there as that tackle was made. Almost like summer is starting to arrive.
White on the edge.
Almost.
Use the edge of the line. Just hold it there, we've got subs. Just hold it there.
Not entirely sure they know what the call is here at this line out. Now they've got the numbers in. Ah, they were just having us on. Line out works perfectly. If they can get the offload away there, there was an opening. Lost forward. It's been the tail so far for Rugby Deutschland, hasn't it? Very, very close to breaking through on a couple of occasions, but just not quite able to do so. Pace of this game really has dropped significantly, hasn't it? A few set pieces. Referee's gone time off here. Knock. Boot has come off.
20 seconds. Time back on. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
We approach half time. It's still just that wooden spoon Marauders try right from the very first play of the game that is separating the two sides. In real trouble getting that boot back on. Undo the laces, mate. It's much easier that way.
Let's get set, boys. Crouch.
Finally,
Bind.
it's back on.
Set.
Where he gets
Stay
it
there,
back
9.
underway. It's a big scrum from Rugby Deutschland. It's a huge scrum, but it's an illegal scrum. A penalty to a wooden spoon. Go for touch. And that's half time. Well, a funny old first half. Just that one score right off the kickoff. And it's good enough for Wooden Spoon Marauders to hold on to a 7-0 half-time lead here against Rugby Deutschland. Half-time. Team talks just getting underway. Second half will be with you very shortly. Well, it's back on the field. Everyone's ready to go. Only one problem, no ball. Here we go. Oh, now two balls. Oh, poor chap's been sent on with the ball, and he's determined. He's going to get that ball across to him now. He was absolutely determined that that ball was going to be used, but unfortunately for him, the Wooden Spoon Marauders player said, "Mate, I've got one. It's fine." Right, they scored on the first play of the first half, Wooden Spoon Marauders. What will happen from the first play of the second? It'll be a penalty to Rugby Deutschland. A first half of what-ifs, really, wasn't it? Lots of half chances, but no real clear-cut chances other than that very early Wooden Spoon try. And a game, as we're about to see here, with far more set pieces than we've seen throughout the rest of the day. Albeit we are in the fairly early stages of the day. A lot of penalties, kick to touch, a couple of scrums as well. Really did slow the pace at the latter end of that first half rather. Good feet, good strength, good determination from Rugby Deutschland there. Busy work. Now there's another half break. This time the offload does stick. The defence is wise to it. And that's really good defence actually. Spotted the offload, made the tackle, drive the player into touch.
There's your mark.
And Wooden Spoon Marauders will have the line out.
Step off. There's the mark.
And of course, from their point of view, all this time with the ball off the field, but the clock's still running. A good use of time. They'd maybe like a slightly larger buffer as that one sits up off the ground, and this could be a chance for Rugby Deutschland. It is a chance for Rugby Deutschland, and it's one they're going to take. Well, we've seen it so often today, haven't we? Teams capitalising on errors. And that is exactly what the German side does here. The pass is loose, difficult to gather, it bobbles around. They seize upon it and then burst around the outside. Conversion's a good effort. It's a fantastic effort. We're all square. It's a good line-out drill from Wooden Spoon Marauders. Pass just skittling along the floor. It allowed two defenders to close in on it. A loose ball snaffled up. And a fantastic conversion. Means that we are now all square. 7 points apiece.
Knock on.
Just lost forward, but that was very close to a perfect kickoff, wasn't it?
Thank you. Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay on side 9.
Another big scrum from Rugby Deutschland. Puts Marauders under a bit of pressure and then, oh, that's beautiful. What a way to relieve the pressure, just so casual and relaxed. It's a good step, but it's a good tackle as well. Marauders. Oh, again, that's beautiful play. Was under real pressure, but has engineered some space for his team and chance to break out from their own try line. That's a risky offload there, but it goes backwards. Patient play, but it's another mistake and it's a try. Oh, that's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. A full-throttled, committed finish. Put his head where he knew it was going to get hurt. The diving intercept, just fantastic. Wooden Spoon were working so hard to try and get out from behind their own try line. But that bouncing ball, he knew that was going to hurt. But he knew if he could gather that, it was going to be a second try for his team. And a try that puts Rugby Deutschland in front. And it's another absolutely fantastic conversion. to put Rugby Deutschland 14-7 in front. We see it again here. They've been playing, trying to escape. And again, it's just a slightly loose pass, and once again, Rugby Deutschland seizing upon it. What a terrific finish. And now the tails are up. They want more. They want a third. Into the 22. A bit of space around the left-hand side. They're going to have a go around that outside. Tackle comes in, offload back inside. Oh, I said they wanted a third and they've got it. Confidence oozing through the pores of Rugby Deutschland now. If it was a first half of what ifs, it's a second half of sheer joy. Try after try after try. With a minute left to play, Rugby Deutschland are in pole position. Spoon will believe that there's time. Been so often in the game of sevens.
Tackle!
Things can change on a sixpence. Bit of a loss of discipline there. The German side. Penalty. Wooden spoon. They move it out to this near side and just try and tie in defenders, see if they can find a bit of space on the other side now. Deutschland have done well. They just slide across. Time ticking away. Spoon lose the ball into touch, and that will be that. A brilliant second half from Rugby Deutschland, clinical when Wooden Spoon Marauders errors came in, and then a fantastic try just to round things off. Is Rugby Deutschland a 21 points to 7 lead against Wooden Spoon Marauders. We now switch across to the women's elite competition. Shogun Rugby up against Wooden Spoon Marauders women's side is coming next. welcome back. Back into the Women's Elite competition. Shogun Rugby will be kicking us off in their dark shirts. It's Wooden Spoon Marauders in their white shirts with the hoops. Shogun won their first game 29-0
Where you are, on the 5.
against Brunel Trailfinders. Spoon, meanwhile, had a tough outing against Boom Beavers. They will want to make amends for that in this one.
Advantage over.
Big, strong double tackle that from Shogun, who are in the hunt in the overall standings. Fancy a shot. Bury St Edmunds' 7th title. Spoon looking to go around the outside again. That's sharp work in defence from Shogun, though. And it takes something special by the looks of things to get around the outside of them. Well, kick through could be an option. Bounce just crabs in field, which pulls it into Shogun hands, and Shogun's little trundle through the middle, trying to pick off some defenders. Well, that's sharp work to move that ball. Oh, and that's very intelligent play. Super intelligent play from Shoguns for the opening score of the game. Released the ball on the floor, realised she wasn't held, picked it up again, and gets away. Gets taken down, isn't held, gets to her feet, releases the ball, picks it up again, and there is just no one there to stop it. That's really, really smart work, given her team 5-0 lead. There are some dark and stormy clouds drifting across. They're hoping away before they burst open. Terrific bit of play from Shoguns to open the scoring.
White, then black. Scrum. Find into hookers, please. Crouch. Bind. Set. No advantage. First knocked on by Shogun. 1, 2. Yeah, let's go. First knock on from you guys. Just don't start with your foot in the air. Start with your foot in the floor. That's fine. Thank you. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Push! Push! Yeah, go!
Spoon. And the breakout here. And looking to go around the outside. I said it'd be difficult. Proves difficult, but that was very, very close. Bit of a tangle on the far side, but meanwhile, Spoon still have the ball in hand and make a bit of headway, but rolls out into touch, and we'll have a line out.
Offside from what, guys? It's open play. There's not been a tackle or a ruck. Okay, there we go. There's not been a phase of play.
Excellent commentary from the referee there. Offside for what? In a phase. And he was bang on as well. There hadn't been a breakdown.
Okay, let's go, please.
I think the rain is coming down. I've seen a few umbrellas popping up. Bang goes that British summer I was telling you about. Maybe it'll arrive again later.
Scrum advantage, white.
Out on the pitch, they don't care.
Just an announcement to everybody who's got a hospitality package. In the crowd for 12.
Advantage over.
Shoguns burst through for their second score of the game. Loads and loads of Wooden Spoon Marauders possession, but Shogun's patient in defence, clinical in attack, and they've got their second try. Conversion as well, as the rain really does come down. Hammers down, in fact. Thank you.
Get rid of it, please. Yeah.
Well, let's hope that passes quick. It's miserable out there all of a sudden. Very,
Okay,
very
let's go.
quick.
Play, please.
Wooden Spoon. Again, with possession. As you can see on your screens, it is absolutely torrential. Goodness me.
Orders. Thank you.
Here I am, in sun cream and sunglasses.
Shogun, let's play, please.
Smart line out. Given the changing conditions, they just go short, tighten the game up, and in doing so, find a
That's
gap
half time.
and get away for their third try.
Half time there.
Conversion to come, and then it'll be half time. And without doing anything too extravagant, Shogun are going to take a 21-0 lead into the half-time break. Simple play off the line out. Just found a gap in the defence. And away for their third try. Half-time. Shogun 19, Wooden Spoon Marauders 0. Taking advantage of half time to get the waterproofs on the cameras. See flashing across your screen there. That's how wet it is. Emergency action has had to be taken. This wasn't on the schedule. Rain at half time. We're back underway. Wooden Spoon in possession. 19-0 down here against Shogun. But Shogun with a penalty. And charging through the middle. Go Shogun. Offload is good as well. Could be in position here to open this second half of the try. Ball just spills loose. That is going to happen in this absolute downpour at the moment. It is biblical out there. Absolutely biblical. Extraordinary weather.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Not that Shoguns will mind it too much though. 19-0 they lead,
Right,
although
straight.
Wooden Spoon get a penalty there.
Loose head.
Spoon. Take it to this near side and then try and get that chicken wing offload away. They put boot to ball. That's not a bad idea given the way the conditions have changed of late. Passes are going to be more tricky to make stick. That bouncing ball is going to be ever more greasy. The kick in behind could be a tactic that a couple more teams start employing.
No, you're good, thank you. Knock on.
Have a scrum. Suspect it won't
Go
be the
through and
last of
around
the
corner,
half.
please. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Oh, it's a big scrum from Wooden Spoon, but it's well hooked back. Big scrum from Shogun, rather, but well hooked back by Wooden Spoon. But we'll have another.
Knock on.
And it's a real shame this weather has come in because it has just made handling so difficult out there. A real challenge for everyone. Shogun just ringing the changes a little bit.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Or half a gap for Shogun, and then a little hitch kick to get around the outside, and now it's just a foot race for the line. They'll win it. Fourth try coming up for Shogun. Top work. And again, much like their tries in the first half, built off patient play. Waiting for the gap to come to them. Conversion is good as well, so it goes out to 26. They just pounce on the mistake, wait for that gap to emerge, and then it's all about the skill with that little hitch kick to get around the outside. The little half a dummy as well. Plenty of pace to finish it off.
Thank you.
The welcome news is
Okay, and let's play.
the torrential rain has turned into only semi-torrential rain. So hopefully that means it's blowing. Spoon around the outside. Could this be their chance for their first try? Not quite.
Two knock-ons.
All lost forward.
White, then black.
Shogun scrum.
Shogun scrum. Just here, please. Crouch. Bind. Set. Knock on from Shogun.
Tidy work from the wooden spoon scrum half. Just caught the arm of the Shogun's scrum half and forced the knock on, so we'll have another scrum. We're certainly getting an education in the set piece
Crouch.
here in this second half, aren't we?
Bind. Set.
Wooden spoon doing well actually to hold on to the ball there. They were in a perilous situation where they were outnumbered by defenders. Again, they bounce out to that short side where the defenders are waiting for them.
Play on.
Good line run there by the number 12, but ball didn't quite get to her.
Head to the-
They're going to creep offside,
18 black
so a
offside.
penalty for wooden spoon.
Black
Ambitiously
18.
taken, about
Everyone
30
side.
yards from the mark. Referee unsurprisingly calls them back.
Okay, let's play, please.
Not too long left here, but time enough for wooden spoon to break the line. Foot race for the line. Great cover defence from Shoguns. But if they move this wide, there's space here for wooden spoon. They've just got to get it through the hands. Just couldn't move it quite fast enough. Bit unlucky. The drift was fantastic from Shogun.
From the back foot, please.
But in their
Offside.
desperation to turn it over, they come in from the side. Wooden spoon go hard, go direct. They're 5 meters short. They've got acres of space on the right-hand side if they can just move the ball. And again, it's just a little too slow. The drift comes in. Oh, Shoguns are so patient in defence. It's really good to watch. Tackles raining in. And again, but across the line anyway. Go wooden spoon Marauders. It's not going to count for much, but it's going to give them a huge amount of satisfaction. After that tough outing against Boom Beavers, wooden spoon Marauders get themselves on the score sheet. And though they may not win this game, they've given
Marauders
themselves something to
conversion.
build on.
Conversion.
I think for half a second there, they forgot about the conversion as well. Referee just has to remind them that
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
that is indeed a necessary part of the game. Well, actually, you can opt not to take it, I suppose. But they do take it. Goes wide, and that's full time. Fantastic victory for Shoguns, but a positive note for Wooden Spoon Marauders to end on. It finishes up Shogun Rugby 26, Wooden Spoon Marauders 5. And stay with us because we stay in this Women's Elite competition next. The 12:50 kickoff for Vaquita Hammerheads against Hong Kong, China.
Final score, Page 2, Boom Beavers 32, now Trailfinders 5. Time, all pitches on, Shogun Rugby 26, Wooden Spoon 5. Next up on pitch 1, we've got Vaquita Hammerheads against Hong Kong China Rugby, and on pitch 2, Hammerhead Sharks against Edmunds.
Bit of a slow start to this one. We're going to be kicking off a couple of minutes late. We've been very good on schedule so far, but the reason for the delay is that the referee's kit clashes Vaquita Hammerhead's kit. Hammerhead's playing in purple. The ref has put on a bib. And we are underway. Vaquita Hammerheads in purple, as I say, clashing with the referee, which is why he's got a bib on and why we were slightly delayed on start. Hong Kong, China in red. Vaquita Hammerheads making the early progress here. Finding half a gap, looking for the offload. Just wasn't quite someone there, so Hong Kong, China get back in possession. And Vaquita Hammerheads in their first game of the day, they won 33-14 against Savvy Panthers, a fantastic performance. Hong Kong, China, meanwhile, had a tough outing against Hammerhead Sharks, losing 33-0. They will be hoping to give a more accurate account of themselves in this one.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Vaquita Hammerheads go to that far side and burst around the outside for what is going to be an easy saunter home. An impressive start from Vaquita Hammerheads. Shout out, by the way, to Hamish Percy, who's on the tannoy here at Bury St Edmunds. Giving real enthusiasm to that try. Burning around the outside. And a tidy finish. Vaquita Hammerheads. One of those sides that's just about in contention in the overall standings in this Super 7 series. 11 points behind Hammerhead Sharks, who sit at the top, but that a deficit that can certainly be overhauled with a top performance here in the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. Hong Kong, China currently sitting at the bottom of the standings, but they have an opportunity to move themselves from that position with a good performance here today. And they've shown signs of what they can do. That was a great rip on the floor, but unfortunately just bobbles into the hands of Vaquita Hammerheads, and that's a lovely offload, and it could well result in a second try of the game. The chase is on. The chase gets there, but there's another pass coming in. Can she get the finish? Yes, she can. And ends up underneath the post as well. Second score for Vaquita Hammerheads.
Oh, yeah.
Built off that brilliant offload and a superb line. Defence did really, really well to chase this one down. But look at that for calmness. Just pops it up off the deck.
I didn't hear in that moment.
And then a good bit of finishing to get the job complete.
Say it again, yeah? It's gone back. Great.
Kickoff is claimed in the end after bobbling around a bit by Vaquita Hammerheads.
Side entry.
And in from the side means a penalty for them as well. Just moving the ball through the hands. Tackle comes raining in from Hong Kong, but the offload through contact means there's a bit of space to cut back inside. It could be hat-trick time. It's going to be hat-trick time. Third score. All to that same try scorer. And once again, it's all down to the offload. Ties in the defenders, creates that gap. Only one more defender out. And Vaquita Hammerheads are just too good not to take advantage when that happens. Here it is, that offload through contact. You can see 2 or 3 tacklers get drawn in. And Vaquita Hammerheads cut back against the grain and get their 3rd try of the game.
Nice.
Ball lost forward. It is still raining out there, nowhere near as heavily as it was before, but it is still greasy and hard to control. Hopefully, it's passing through.
Yeah, meet the mark, please, hookers, meet the mark.
There are bits of blue sky around.
Crouch! Bind!
Someone have a word with the Met Office. This wasn't on the agenda today. Oh, that's great play from Hammerhead Sharks. That's just pace, power and ambition. They're scampering away down that short side. A cracking 4th score. Just see there at the bottom of your screen, she just edges towards that blind side. Scrum half, draws 2 defenders. And then it's just as that tackle comes in, she just puts her weight off the right foot, shifts it to the left, and it just ever so slightly moves that point of contact for the defender and allows her to just bump off that would-be tackler and scuttle home for the try. 4 tries for Vaquita Hammerheads. 24-0 they lead. And there is time for the kickoff before this second half. Hong Kong claim it. Final play of the half. Can they finish it with a score?
Tackle!
Trying their best to find some space, but this Vaquita Hammerhead's defence is relentless, and they've won a penalty on the floor, playing with advantage actually, but penalty is coming if they want it. They're going to try and play and see if they can find space for the score. Ball is loose but still alive. Beats 2-3 defenders, then eventually hauled down. Now we're back at roughly where that penalty was awarded. Oh, that's a great cover tackle. Looked as though the break was on, but Hong Kong make the challenge. Long period of possession this for Vaquita Hammerheads. Gaps will start appearing, end of the half as well. There'll be some tired bodies. Defence did well there, just to push up and close off the options on the open side. So Vaquita move to the blind side instead. And now they get away. Just too strong through contact there. Defence tried to haul her down by the shirt tails. With too much power. Gets away for a 5th try. They worked their way to that blind side. Ball was loose. But one pass round the outside. Shirt tails tried to cling on to them but couldn't quite. And they get away for the try. And that is half time. Vaquita Hammerheads leading Hong Kong China Rugby 29 points to 0. Just about ready to get back underway for the second half. Vaquita Hammerheads kicking off, leading 29 points to 0 against Hong Kong. They collect that kick off nicely. They really were impressive in that first half, Vaquita Hammerheads. Some fantastic play, but some really top-class finishing in the outside channels as well. Hong Kong, they've given it a good go. They've just struggled in the face of what is a relentless Vaquita Hammerhead defence. They just keep coming back and back for more and more. Thumping them back in the tackle, contesting hard at the breakdown, as you can see here, just making life so difficult. And eventually it forces errors in judgment like that, with the ball going loose to no one. And Vaquita Hammerheads able to pick it up, pounce, and get away for the score. And a 34-0 lead. Rather caught the Shogun men's side unawares there. I don't think they saw that one coming. As they warm up at the in the dead ball area there. Almost got themselves in the way. Another solid finish, but again, it's just about that work when there's an error. It's where the best teams so far today have been that level above the others, is when there's a mistake, they pounce and they pounce with tries. Fantastic to watch.
First person. Holding on. I
think we might be about to see the first yellow card of the day on this pitch. We are. Hong Kong lose a player to the bin.
Again? Yeah, you can call that, it's fine. Offside, gun called.
And as a result of having a player advantage, Vaquita Hammerheads decide that from the penalty they're going to go for a scrum.
Because use that mark for me.
Of course means naturally they're already going to have an overlap. They've gone for an interesting lineup here, one player either side, and a pivot just behind the scrum. Hong Kong, therefore, having to defend with just one player on either side. They go to the right-hand side. Now just hands will do it. It's not the best pass, but still the chance is on. Strong through contact, and now squirming up and over the try line they go. Well, it's not the try they were trying to score, but it's a mighty fine try either way. They're having a laugh amongst themselves. They know that didn't quite go to plan, and yet still,
Just busy there.
this brilliant group of players from Vaquita Hammerheads find a way to get across the try line for their 7th try of the game. 39-0 they go up.
Yellow card. Yeah.
Conversion won't go, but there is time yet for more as well. Still 2.5 minutes left to play. That pass didn't quite work. Otherwise the try was on earlier, but that pass inside and the brilliant work from the scrum half to finish it off. Kick-off again claimed by Hong Kong. They've been good in that area.
On the tackle.
And now they're playing with advantage, just lost forward by Vaquita Hammerheads in the tackle. After this, we move back to the men's elite competition for the final group games in that one. Pool D, Apache versus Vaquita Hammerheads. Apache, who won their opening encounter against Hong Kong China. Vaquita Hammerheads, who drew with Hong Kong China. So Hong Kong China unlikely to progress from that group unless something surprising happens. Apache in pole position, but Vaquita Hammerheads will be thinking, well, if we get the win, that'll be a 1 win and 1 draw for us, whereas Apache will be 1 win and 1 loss. So all to play for on that one. And then at about 1:30, it's across to Pool C. Academic Barbarians against Wooden Spoon Marauders. Academic Barbarians, who won their first game 33-12 against Rugby Deutschland. Wooden Spoon, who lost to Rugby Deutschland. Again, could be interesting if Wooden Spoon win that one. Everyone's on the same record of wins and losses, and therefore it will come down to points difference. But a win for Academic Barbarians will see them go through top of the group. Meantime, Vaquita Hammerheads are pushing hard to finish top of the group in Pool B of the women's elite competition as they score their 8th try of the game.
Time off the kick.
They have been absolutely fantastic. I suspect this will probably be it, as they just find the right position for the conversion. 44-0 they lead. Conversion is made, and that is indeed it. Vaquita Hammerheads with the victory, scoring in the final play of the game for a 46-0 victory over Hong Kong China. An absolutely outstanding performance from Vaquita Hammerheads, and they look odds on to progress from Pool B. 26-0 the final score. As I say, we switch now to the men's elite competition and Pool D, where Apache will take on Vaquita Hammerheads. Right then, we are just about ready to go. Referee's whistle have gone. Apache in blue kick off towards Vaquita Hammerheads in their white with the splashes of red. Apache, remember, with a victory to their name against Hong Kong China. Vaquita Hammerheads drew with them. The top 2 from this group of 3 progress to the Cup quarter-finals. The bottom side heads to the bowl semi-finals. Hong Kong's group stage is done.
Step back.
So it's all about this game between these two. We'll see how it shapes up. Vaquita Hammerheads with the early pressure.
offside.
And Apache were offside.
Outside.
Vaquita Hammerheads could take advantage here. Darting towards the try line and the opening score for Vaquita Hammerheads. Apache couldn't retreat fast enough. They knew they couldn't give away another penalty because it probably would have brought a yellow card with it.
Sorry.
And Vaquita Hammerheads have the opening score of this crucial group game. Conversion as well. And a 7-0 lead. It was good play. Made great. As Apache were offside in the midfield. Vaquita Hammerheads went quick and had the pace to burn. Behind me, the British Army have unsurprisingly got a score on the board. They are going to be a tough side to stop today. Apache cut inside. Beautiful step off the left. And he's going to be able to stroll in here. Outstanding bit of footwork there. And the Apache man converts his own try as well. And we're all square again, 7 points apiece. Just take a look at this step. Does it with the eyes as much as the feet. And there is a gaping hole once he bounces off that left. Ball spill forward at the kickoff. Apache have it.
Tackle.
Oh, he had to fight ever so hard to turn that from maul into tackle. Stab through. Well, I said we might start seeing a few more of these. We see a big one there. And that's taken over
the line.
by Vaquita Hammerhead. So it'll be a 5-meter scrum to Apache. Well, they will fancy this. They will fancy this big time.
I'll step left. Crouch.
Not least because that is a
Bang.
powerful Apache
Set.
scrum.
Leave him 9. Leave him. Stay there 9.
Ball comes out to the back line. Try score it this time. Looks to turn provider, and it's another wicked step off the right foot from his mate this time. Gets the offload away, and they get the try. That aggressive footwork from this Apache side has twice yielded results. And once again, they're underneath the sticks, and conversions could prove really important in the shake-up of this game. Clipped through. Wonderful work from Apache for a 14-7 lead. We see it again here. Aggressive step off the left. Crabs inside. Gets pulled down, but just pops it up off the deck beautifully to a support runner for their second try of the game. Now, points difference is going to be important in this, in deciding second place if Apache win. Hong Kong are on -17. And the Vaquita Hammerheads currently on -7. So as it stands, they would be going through in second place. Apache going through top. Obviously plenty of time left to go, but that is going to be an important factor here. He's done sensationally well to keep that in field as the Vaquita Hammerheads player. Unfortunately for him, it's bounced into Apache hands, but that was a terrific bit of footballing skill. As Apache look to hitch kick their way around the outside, they get the ball back inside. Just bounces out into touch. It'll be a line out for Vaquita. Oh, that was very, very close though, wasn't it?
There's your
Very
mark, Luke.
close indeed.
Come on. Hold it there, wait. Yeah, that's fine. Hold it there. Let's go, time on. 9, stay on side.
Oh, Vaquita, that's a great little short pass, and then the pace to burst through. And once again, this group turns upside down again. Conversion is good. We're all square at half time. Vaquita Hammerheads 14, Apache 14. Trying the final play of the half. It was a lovely try as well. Just see it again here. Took it right to the line, just passed it through the tackle. And well, when this man's on the front foot, no one's stopping him. Half time here. Vaquita Hammerheads 14, Apache 14.
Done.
Back underway. 14 all. As Apache tapped that kickoff back. That's brilliant from the men in blue.
Knock on at the tackle.
Oh, and then the stab through.
Advantage over.
Chases on. Oh, sits up into the hands perfectly. Oh, and then he's just lost hold of the ball as he skips through challenges. Oh, so nearly brilliant. Well, that was nearly a very dramatic start to this second half. As things stand in this group, just to sort of keep you updated on it, what this draw means is that both these sides will be going through. Apache top of the group with a win in the draw.
Bind.
Vaquita Hammerheads
Set.
with 2 draws,
Stay there, 9.
finishing up in second place. But of course, we've got the better part of 7 minutes left to play. There is a lot that is surely going to change.
No.
Get high now, get high!
Vaquita Hammerheads
Tackle,
with a
release.
half break there, very nearly getting through. Now hacked through. This is going to be a proper race. Just won by Apache. The ball just bounced slightly their way, and now they'll look to counter. Oh, that's a lovely offload. And this is real broken field stuff now. There's space, and there's pace, and there's going to be a try. Oh, that is how you counter-attack. Masterful from Apache. Absolutely masterful. Conversion good as well. Just watch this, that offload, brilliant. The patience here in possession to make the right decision. The ball back on the inside. To the huge hole, and Apache need no second invitations when those holes appear. Kickoff bouncing around, but beats everyone into touch. Off of Vaquita hands, it'll be an Apache line out. And once again, just to update you of the picture after that try, Apache still going through top. Vaquita Hammerheads still going through in second place, but now only on points difference.
Knock on at the front.
Currently they're on -7.
Pass to the line out, gents.
In
It's on
third,
the 15.
going to the bowl on -17. It is tight as you like.
I'll come round, boys. I'll come round. Crouch. Bind. Set. Leave him 9.
Apache would love to just build a bit of breathing room into this 7-point lead, and they might just be able to do that around this left flank. Instead, they cut inside. Was that the right decision? Time will tell. Oh, it might well be the right decision. No, just scragged. Oh, still going. Oh, that is unbelievable power through contact. 2 or 3 times, I thought the Apache player had been hauled short, but he simply refused to be stopped. Conversion as well. Well, I just have no idea how he scored that. That was great footwork. And then this is just all about sheer determination. Fantastic. And now Hong Kong are going to be watching this with real interest. Hammerhead, or Vaquita Hammerhead rather, -14 on points difference. Hong Kong, China on -17. Vaquita Hammerheads are the side that can do something about it by scoring points. And they just for a half a second there looked as though they might be on a breakaway. Pass just went forward though, so we'll have it Apache scrum just shy of the halfway line. About 90 seconds left to play. As it stands, both these sides go through.
There we are. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Apache shifting the ball out to that far side. Just bouncing through tackles. Their footwork through contact is exceptional.
All offside.
And Vaquita Hammerheads were offside. Need to keep their discipline here. Chip comes through. How's the bounce? Oh, just evaded him. Oh, Vaquita Hammerheads were conceding there. If that bounce had been slightly different. Instead, though, it's them that can get on the attack. That's a brilliant tackle that comes across, but A brilliant pass to keep the ball alive.
Get on side. One, offside.
And another offside. This time Apache. Vaquita go quick. Might have some numbers on the far side if they can get the ball out there. Pass needed to go, but didn't quite. But he's back on his feet and still going. Tiredness starting to set in. Vaquita Hammerheads. Foot race on the outside, goes for it. Oh, cover tackle comes in. That's a brilliant piece of defense. And that's full time. Apache get the victory, 28 points to 14. Hammerheads, or Hammerhead Vaquita, will be disappointed, but they still go through to those cup quarterfinals in second place behind Apache. Hong Kong go to the bowl. It all finishes up Apache 28, Vaquita Hammerheads 14. And we've got another nail biter coming up in Pool A as as Academic Barbarians take on Wooden Spoon Marauders. I apologise, that's actually in Pool C. Academic Barbarians in the same position as Apache were previously. The victory for them will see them go through. For Wooden Spoon, meanwhile, they lost their opening game. They need a victory to stay in the hunt, and then it will come down to points difference between the three teams. Academic Barbarians, Wooden Spoon Marauders and Rugby Deutschland. Up next then, it's Academic Barbarians against Wooden Spoon Marauders. Academic Barbarians in their sky blue got us underway and very nearly scuttling away for a score there.
Just keep it appropriate. Good man.
Spoon Marauders in their white, blue, green and red.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
This the very last group game of the day in the men's competition, followed by two women's group stage games, final group games for them as well. Wooden Spoon looking to get off and running. One-on-one hit. Oh, that's a really, really good piece of defense. Would have been easy to miss that tackle. Powerful stuff here from both sides. Bouncing ball just about stays in Wooden Spoon hands. Oh, that's clever play and a lovely offload, and then he forgot to bring the ball with him. Had the chance and just never brought it.
Scrum line out. Scrum. Scrum down, lost forward. Scrum down. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Scrum, Academic Barbarians. Just move the ball into that outside channel, and then it's a foot race on the outside. Wooden Spoon do really well to get that cover tackle. Well, high tackle.
Advantage.
Ball lost forward. This is where so many teams have been dangerous. Here's how to do it.
Let's go, please. Thank you. Advantage.
It's a superb kickoff, just knocked on in the air by Academic. Oh, big fend, 40, 50 metres. Level the game up, 7 points each. Nearly stuff here for Academic Barbarians.
Lost forward.
And in the end, nearly isn't quite good enough. They spill it forward, and it's half time. Fantastic half of rugby. Academic Barbarians 7, Wooden Spoon Marauders 7. The draw will be good enough for them. But it is still naturally very much in the balance, although that balance swings towards Wooden Spoon Marauders with the opening try of the second half there. Just created the space for the overlap on the outside and able to just march their way home. Just bounced out round the outside. Defenders tried to drift with him, but just too much pace, really. Big aggressive defence from Wooden Spoon Marauders. But Academic Barbarians equal to it, keeping the ball in possession and in control. Patient build up this from Academic Barbarians. Now the footwork to try and find some space, and that footwork finding space, and they're going to race away for the try here, and if they get underneath the posts, it could be a try that gives them a strong chance of going back in front. That's a glorious try. Academic Barbarians get away for their third. That's lovely handling to get away for that one. Eager to get on with it from the penalty. They go quick.
No, you didn't. Your player went straight off. He needs to drive through.
Again, great footwork and a beautiful pass inside for a third score of the game. In the tackle, and Academic Barbarians will have the scrum.
First knock on by Spoon.
Probably 30 seconds left to play.
First knock on by Wooden Spoon. Okay, boys.
A little bit and start to spread the ball. And this is where their pace in those outside channels can make a difference. Instead they cut. Follow your mate, because when you do, that's when the opportunities arrive. Shoguns take the lead for the first time in the game. Conversion to come as well. There's a player down injured, but they're back on their feet. No, in fact, they're still down.
Time off.
Shogun. Oh, Shogun just ghosting through. It was an exhaustive passage of play. A good 90 seconds long. Right at the end of the half. Tired legs. Gap opened up and Shogun. Big opportunity right at the start of the half for Boom Beavers. They actually call for the scrum off the penalty. Unusual to see unless there's been a yellow card, which there hasn't. Respond quickly to the Boom Beavers try. Just look at that. She has to arch every little sinew of her body just to evade the last clutches of the defender. She does so well. And the fact that Boom Beavers sit second in the overall standings, they've been magnificent across the first two legs. They've been magnificent so far today. They've just come up against an incredibly determined Shogun performance today. Shogun, of course, he sit third in the standings and are keen to press for more.
Okay, time up.
Outside realised the touchline was going to come into play, so just stepped in. Oh, that's good aggressive work at the breakdown. And now Vaquita can look to spread the play. Evading the first tackler, now trying to get around the outside of the second, getting the offload away. Beyond the 10-metre line. Deep restart from Vaquita. Held on too well. They've got the penalty. And they've got to score first and score quickly as well. They're going to need at least 4 tries. Oh, and that's one way to start the thing going. Has a half a think about trying to step closer to the post, but decides it's more important to score the try. That's the start the Sharks needed. First blood in the second half, 26 points to 5. They've closed the gap. That would have been the get. Oh, and that was a big, big chance for them. How significant might that be to face Boom Beavers in the Cup semi-finals? Hammerhead Sharks will have the formidable task of taking on Shogun Rugby in their semi-final. Full time here. We now move in towards the break. It's going to last about a half an hour. We'll be back with you at 3 p.m. where it will be men's cup quarter-final time. And I can just break to you what those games are going to be. First up, it's going to be
Roll.
and of course Hong Kong, China. Oh, and they are going to finish it off with that try. Defence doesn't make life easy for them, but they get the score.
Must be the half, lads.
And Hong Kong are going to head into half-time at least 15-7 to the good, maybe 17-7, depending on how this conversion goes. I'm with Hong Kong, China leading Wooden Spoon Marauders 15 points to 7. The next game in the bowl competition will be at 3:40 and the final game will be 5:20. The cup and the plate in both the men's and women's competitions are as advertised and on schedule as per. Just this bowl competition that's had a little bit of a tweak. That caught me on the hop slightly. I'd made my way across to the semi-finals, I should say. In leg 1 at Farnham. And leg 2 at Newbury last time out. They were in the bowl competition, lost their first game, so out to the semi-final stage. In that one, Wooden Spoon Marauders, by the way, got to the cup final. Sorry, the plate final, I should say, at Newbury. Penalty to Hong Kong. Such a proud tradition of sevens over in Hong Kong. Obviously the Hong Kong Sevens, which this year was in its final year at the main Hong Kong Stadium. It's moving to a new venue next year. Arguably the premier event on the World Sevens circuit. Hong Kong always enter a team in that. Had some fantastic ones down the year as well. Often to be found at other times at Hong Kong Football Club, that magnificent setup. Multi-purpose sports facility, this Hong Kong Football Club, with a wonderful little stadium that teams can play at. Visited there back in 2013 during the British and Irish Lions tour when they took on the Barbarians in Hong Kong. And there was a London Scottish versus a Hong Kong 15 fixture at Hong Kong Football Club. Fantastic game that was. Another scrum, Hong Kong. 20 points to 7 they lead. Reminder that as we move into the afternoon, I know we're in the afternoon, but the afternoon session as we're calling it. It's Cup quarter-finals next. Big games. Hong Kong looking for a fifth, getting a fifth. Best performance of the day by a distance this for Hong Kong. Really enjoying themselves here. Conversion doesn't go, but it's 25 points to 7 lead here for Hong Kong. Wooden Spoon Marauders not quite in this one. So coming up immediately after the conclusion of this one is the first of the Men's Cup quarter-finals. British Army against Vaquita Hammerheads as Hong Kong score again. Oh, they're running rampant here right now. Absolutely running rampant. They are enjoying this. I'll tell you what, we may not have known this fixture was coming, but boy, are we glad we're seeing it. This is a terrific performance from Hong Kong. Absolutely terrific. Conversion doesn't go. As I was saying, up next we move into the men's cup quarterfinals, and first up is a massive one: British Army against Vaquita Hammerheads. British Army haven't lost a game in the Super 7 series across legs 1 and leg 2. Had a cracking game though against Vaquita Fiji Warriors in the groups here today. Only won 14-10, so really challenged there, but they've won both the first 2 legs. They'll be determined to make it 3 from 3 and to seal this title. But Vaquita Hammerheads having arguably potentially their best performance of the series so far. They won the plate last time out, but they'll be hoping that they can make it to the cup semi-finals here. But they will need a cracking performance against the British Army. That's at 3. The next men's cup quarter-final is straight after that at 3:20. There's Hong Kong running another. My word, this second half they've just loved. They really, really have. And that'll be that. Stunning performance from Hong Kong. 7 tries. It was a tight game at half-time. 10-7 the teams went in. But they come out the other end with Hong Kong winning in style, 37 points to 7 against Wooden Spoon Marauders. An outstanding display. As I say, up next we're into the men's cup quarterfinals. First up, British Army against Vaquita Hammerheads, and then at 3:20 Shogun against Rugby Deutschland. Shogun with an outside chance of topping the overall standings, but they will need things to go their way. But it is cup quarterfinal time now, so stay with us. It is about to get very spicy indeed.
Next up, all pitch one is the men's cup quarterfinals. British Army against the Vaquita Hammerheads. And on pitch 2, we've got Apache against the Fiji Warriors. Men's cup quarterfinal number 2. Don't forget, if you want a chance to win today's raffle with the content on the video, go down to the clubhouse, 5 the strip, all place at 4:30 today.
The quarterfinals begin then. Army in red receiving the kickoff against Vaquita Hammerheads in white. A massive, massive contest. The Army looking to make it 3 from 3. They won leg 1 at Farnham. They won leg 2 at Newbury. Here, they look to make it 3 from 3 at Bury St Edmunds. There is a long way to go yet, but that's some way to get it started. The big bump off and the pass inside. Now the Fendi needs support. Can he find some? Not quite. They're going to have to recycle. They do just that, moving it from right to left, stepping back inside, and they're going to score within a minute. That is what the hype's about. This Army side, when they make the line break, are simply unstoppable. The power, the pace, the skill, and then the patience is just too much to handle. Conversion good as well. And inside of no time, it's a 7-0 lead. Once they'd made the break, they knew the space was there. All they had to do was just patiently move the ball to it. And that's exactly what they did. Conversion was good as well. Army 7, Vaquita Hammerheads 0. Kick doesn't go 10 though. It'll be a free kick on halfway to Vaquita Hammerheads. Vaquita not panicking yet, no need to. Game's only a couple of minutes old. That's a good physical carry. That's what you got to do to get this Army side on the back foot in defence, because for all their attacking flair, that aggressive physical defence is one of their biggest weapons, and this is a good counter to it from Vaquita Hammerheads. Calling for it early. They think they've spotted some space. They're going to have to cut inside because the Army have closed it up. But if they can get an offload, there may be something. One offload, two offloads, passes away. Try is going to be scored. What a response from Vaquita Hammerheads. Brilliant rugby. We've got a game on our hands here. Conversion good as well, 7 points apiece. Here we see it again. They call for it wide. They think there's space on the far side. They realise at this point there isn't. So cutting back inside, staying on their feet, keeping the ball alive, finding that extra pass. And when you do that, the spaces start to open up. Oh, towering kickoff, and it's being gathered by Vaquita Hammerheads. What a response to that early Army score from Vaquita Hammerheads this is. And they're looking for a second. They're going to have a go here around the outside. Defence drifts across nicely, so they have to just cut back in. And that's good defence. It's just halted the momentum slightly on that attack. Vaquita shifted out to the left-hand side. Oh, he was just looking to get that offload away through contact, wasn't he? If he could have done, there was an opening. Army did well to stop it, but still Vaquita keep the ball in possession. They work back towards that short side. They think there might be a bit of joy there. Army wise to it. Vaquita taking the challenge to the Army, but losing that ball forwards. This is where they're dangerous. Counter-attacking rugby, broken field. Vaquita have done really well to get bodies across to where the ball is. And now it's a slightly more structured game for them, although they give away the penalty there, and it's going to be a quick one. And that just creates that hesitancy in defence, and all they need, this Army side, is just a little moment of hesitancy. Tackle comes in. They've ripped the ball clear, actually, Vaquita Hammerheads. That is absolutely top-notch defensive work. Did so fantastically well, not just to make the tackle, but to get back on his feet and rip the ball clear, handing his side possession. Bit of a hint of a swinging arm through that tackle, but referee's happy. Vaquita breaking out from inside their own 22, stepping back inside. Oh, and then just shrugs off the defender. Oh, this is terrific stuff from Vaquita Hammerheads. They're bundled out into touch, but the physicality that they are bringing to this game is quite extraordinary. On the other pitch, by the way, it's Apache against Vaquita Fiji Warriors. at one of the other quarterfinals. And then up after this one, another Men's Cup quarterfinal, Shogun against Rugby Deutschland. And on pitch 2, it will be Academic Barbarians against Boom Beavers. One of those 8 teams will be lifting the title come 7 o'clock this evening. Army run direct off the set piece and run direct with real success as well, shrugging off defenders for their second try. Absolutely no right to score that. He had defenders hanging off him, yet somehow managed to break clear. Conversion good as well, and that sends us into the half-time break with the Army leading Vaquita Hammerheads 14 points to 7. You might read that and think normal service as per from the Army, but let me tell you, Vaquita Hammerheads have been giving this everything and are right in this. It is a proper quarter-final. But at half-time, on the stroke of half-time, the Army got their second try and they head into the half-time break 14 points to 7 in front. Half-time team talks done. Second half underway. Army kicking us off from right to left in their red shirts, leading 14 points to 7, and that high bouncing kickoff falls back into their arms. So the Army with first possession here in the second half, fizzing it wide and then cutting inside, taking the direct physical route. When they're at their best, it really is an all-court game they've got. They can go around the outside of you, they can beat you for skill, or they can beat you for raw power and physicality. But at the moment, Vaquita Hammerheads are the equals to it. Army flooding through now. This is the sort of ball they like. Oh, it's a wide whipping pass. Beautiful, beautiful pass. Cuts out 3 defenders, and the Army start the second half as they finish the first, try-scoring form. And now they have a bit of daylight. A beautiful score from the Army. A tricky conversion, but I am sure that won't worry them. They are all about the try scoring here. Conversion doesn't go. Army lead 19 points to 7 here against Vaquita Hammerheads. Absolutely glorious pass to set that try up. Short delay there while we waited to get a ball. Now we've got one. Huge huge height on that kickoff again. Holds up in the wind as well, and it's gathered by the Army. Oh, that's a great kickoff routine. They are straight back on the attack. Searing through, get the pass inside. Going for power. Has he got the ball down? Yes, he has. Back-to-back tries for the Army. For just half a second, I thought in taking the physical route, he'd run himself into trouble, but he got the ball down. And having been in a real scrap in the first half, the Army have just pulled away magnificently at the start of this second half. Back-to-back tries, allied to the try they scored just at the end of the first half. And suddenly they are 24-7 up with a conversion to come. Conversion doesn't go, but 24-7 they lead. 4 minutes left to play. What a start to the second half. Oh, and they've regathered the kickoff again. This kickoff drill of theirs has just made life impossible in the second half for Hammerheads. It's been all Army, and it's Army again. That ball just skips up off the turf, cuts back inside. He's got to pass on if he wants it. Maybe should have given it. It could have been another try. They'll have another opportunity, though. They keep the ball alive. Fizzing it out to the other touchline now. And then stepping back in with the offload. If they can get one more, the try is there. They can't get the offload, so they go to ground. Recycle again. This time they go short, but it's held up. It's held up. We come back for the 5-meter scrum. Remember, this is 7s, not 15s. 15 aside, goal line dropout, 7 aside. Remains the old laws, 5-meter scrum. Just lost forward there. Welcome bit of respite for Vaquita Hammerheads, who must just be reeling after that blitz of tries from the Army. Competed so well throughout that first half. They just suddenly, in a flash, a flurry of kickoffs and scores, found themselves in a bit of a hole. Just lost forward by Hammerheads. It's going to be an Army scrum. The pressure is going to come back on again. .90 seconds left. A little under that, actually. Time yet for more scores. And that'll be the mindset of these two sides. Time yet for more. It's a scrappy scrum, both sides competing hard. Army just about get it away, but then they get the penalty. Take it quick out to the right-hand side, getting on the outside with the fend and across for the try. A simple enough score, but a score that ends any sniff of a comeback from Vaquita Hammerheads. Conversion doesn't go. There will just be time to restart this one as we see the try again. It was just a quick penalty. That little hitch kick just to get on the outside, a little half a fend as well. And gets the ball down for a 5th try and a 29-7 lead. And we are into final play territory in this first Cup quarter-final in the men's competition. The Army are going to be going through to the semi-finals. Vaquita Hammerheads, meanwhile, will be dropping down to the plate, and they'll be in the semi-finals of that competition. Of course, they won that last time out in Newbury. They fancy finishing with a bit of oomph and a bit of a high moment. Looking to get back on the score sheet. Scoreless second half it's been for them, but pushing and probing and finding a bit of space, and that's a delicious offload, but just lost forward, and now the Army are going to look to counter. And if there's one team you do not want countering against you, it's this Army side. Oh, just majestically keeping the ball alive. Such soft hands, such deft footwork, ghosting through now. They are going to finish it with a flourish. There is no side in this competition that can carve you apart quite like this team can. And that is just fantastic work. The soft hands, the elite footwork, and then enough pace to take it home and finish for a 6th try. Just look at that handling, beautiful stuff. The big pass off the left hand. And then just a little bit of dainty footwork and a bit of gas is enough to do it. And that's that. Referee calls time on this game. Magnificent victory for the Army over Vaquita Hammerheads. The Army are through to the Cup semi-finals. Vaquita Hammerheads drop down to the plate semi-finals. Fantastic performance from the Army, 36 points to 7. All that remains for them for the next little while is to find out who's going to be joining them, and up next we will find out a little bit more about that, because it is Shogun against Germany, Rugby Deutschland to use their true name, in the 3rd of the men's Cup quarterfinals. Over in the other one it's Apache versus Vaquita Fiji Warriors, followed by Academic Barbarians against Boom Beavers. But right now Shogun against Rugby Deutschland is coming up momentarily. Teams are on the field. Shogun versus Rugby Deutschland. Shogun in their black and green shirts, Rugby Deutschland in their chain strip, a red shirt with black shorts. Shogun will get us underway, playing from right to left and hanging that kickoff nice and high. What can they do to send out a statement a bit like that second half Army performance? Shogun, remember, just about in the hunt still in the elite men standings. Won the plate in leg 1 at Farnham, reached the final against the British Army in leg 2. Rugby Deutschland, meanwhile, semi-finals of the Cup in leg 1 at Farnham, and then in leg 2 at Newbury. They were in the bowl competition, but good news from their point of view was that they won it. There's Tom Burton on the far side for Shoguns, opening the scoring. A simple run in for him, but look out for him, he's a bit of a superstar. Magic in those feet when he wants it. Top start to this cup quarter-final for Shoguns. Early try. Conversion doesn't quite make it, but a 5-0 lead, as I say, for Shoguns here against Rugby Deutschland.
Play on all feet.
Shoguns straight back at it. Offloading, shrugging off would-be tacklers. Oh, look at the physicality here. Fighting and scrapping for every inch. Now they move it away from that contact point. Is there some space as a result of that little bit? Gonna have a little dabble around the outside, then decides there's nothing doing, so cuts back, holding that ball one-handed as if it's a size 3. And then the crucial offload doesn't go to hand. There's a chance here for Deutschland to counter, but it went forward, so we'll come back for that initial knock-on from Shogun and a scrum for Rugby Deutschland.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Scrum won by Shogun, darting away, second try of the game. Sharp work. Really, really sharp from Shogun. A 10-0 lead in a flash. And of course, these guys should be fresh, the Shogun team. With Stunts not able to be here, it meant they only had the one pool game. They did play a little game of sort of semi-contact within their own squad, but the only real pool game they had was against Boom Beavers. Terrific performance, 38-0, Shogun won. But they should arrive in this knockout stage with plenty of energy. And that is exactly the way they've started this quarter-final. 10-0 they lead, 2 tries, 2 really sharp tries. Tackling the man in the air there, so a chance here. Really the first time in the game that Rugby Deutschland have had the chance to actually get the ball in hand and try and do something with it. And they decide against trying to do that with the ball in hand. They go, oh, do you know what? Let's go for a bit of territory. Thump it down towards that stand and let's play off the line out. It's a good kick as well. Which is the midpoint really of that stand you can see opposite us. But the line out goes awry. Oh, if you're going to make that decision, you've got to nail your drill, haven't you? Shogun with a chance to counter. There's Burton, those magical feet of his. Then gets the offload away. And now Shogun go burning around the outside. It's going to be a third score for them. They drew all the defenders to the left-hand side and then switched the play across to the right-hand side. And Shogun having fun here in the quarterfinals. Conversion good as well. Makes it a 17 points to 0 lead. Look at that though, just the outside break. Like a classic outside centre.
Come on. Late.
Oh, it's an astonishing kickoff. Didn't quite go 10, but Rugby Deutschland competed for it and got hands on anyway, so it's play on, and play on they will try and do.
One. Stay back on side. Behind the back foot. Advantage.
Well, Shogun ripped that away in contact.
No advantage. First
No advantage coming, so they'll have the scrum, except they won't because that's half time. Shogun head into the break, 17 points to 0 in front. Rugby Deutschland have work to do. Shogun's eyeing up a place in the semi-final. Half time, 17 points to 0.
Go again from there. Set. Just go. Play, go on. Academic Barbarians 12, Boom Beavers 7.
Second half is ready to go here. Rugby Deutschland will get us restarted in their right shirts. Their red shirts, I should say. They are 17 points to 0 down here against Shogun, who were absolutely fantastic in the first half, in pole position to take a semi-final spot. Can Rugby Deutschland do anything about it in this second half? Well, that is athletically won in the air by Shogun. Outstanding bit of rugby. they've made near enough wholesale changes at half-time, but one change they've not made is to take this man off. Scored a try at the end of the first half, scores a try to start the second half. Oh, they are a joy to watch in full flight. Shogun loving life here at the Hammerhead. Just look at the pace. He's a big man, but my word is he fleet of foot. Fourth score for Shogun. (24-0) they lead. Sensational form. It's an incredible club, Shogun. So much depth of talent. As I say, they've been superb in this Super 7 series. They've also been outstanding in the Lit 7 series. That's going on as we speak up in Peterborough, where Shogun have a side up there looking to make it 4 tournament wins in a row in that competition. Here at the Super 7 series, it's been a little tougher because it's that step above, and the British Army have been outstanding, but we are seeing here all the quality that this Shogun side has available, and their ability there just to improvise and find a way to move the ball into space. So nearly there, that offload off the deck just not quite going to hand, but still they keep it in their possession, just looking for space, bobbing and weaving and offloading, and now shifting it out towards the far side. There's an overlap. Can they make use of it? They get the ball out to the far side. They get it across the line. That is absolutely brilliant rugby. It's classic sevens, and it is what this club is all about. They look as though they're running down a blind alley. They're not. They're tying in defenders and then looking to get an offload away. And once they do that, then they can start to play a little bit more of a classical shape, because they know they've got the numbers on the outside. They just have to draw and give. That's exactly what they do, and it's put them 29 points to 0 in front with 4 minutes left to play. Wonderful, wonderful stuff from Shogun. The incredible thing is they could do it better there.
Back.
That last pass, he could have turned the shoulders of the last defenders a little further, but no matter. They'd already killed them with their movement earlier on. And they're back and fighting for more. Offload is half intercepted, but it's intercepted into touch. They take it quickly. Sniffing blood now. Oh, Shoguns, and going for it. What a wonderful pickup that is, off the toes. And we get the penalty as well. And again, they just come flying through. Quick penalty, no one can touch him. And this is now really, really impressive stuff from Shoguns. They've smelled blood and they are going for it. And they are looking to join those Cup semi-finalists in those first 2 quarter-finals. The Army came through with a fantastic victory over Vaquita Hammerheads, and Vaquita Fiji Warriors came through the tightest of quarter-finals against Apache, 24 points to 21. Shoguns looking like they are joining those 2 in the semi-finals, and it will be one of Academic Barbarians or Boom Beavers that completes the quartet in the semi-finals. They're playing as I speak. over my shoulder over on pitch 2. Oh, it's another beautiful kickoff from Shogun. Bang on the 10-metre line. So much height as well. Rugby Deutschland do really well just to make it scrappy and bundle them into touch, but that is some kickoff routine from Shogun. Very different style to the Army, but no less effective.
No, he's in line with him. Lost forward.
Lost forward. Be a Shogun scrum. About a minute left to play. They've made their changes. Used the full squad here.
Crouch.
Kevin Maggs and Terry Sands on the far side, looking more than happy with life. Terry Sands, really the architect
Quick reset, far side. Let's go again, quickly.
of Shogun Rugby.
Crouch.
Of course, formerly known as Samurai.
Bind. Set.
Club now known as Shogun. His brainchild, toured the world. Done magnificently all the way. And you suspect they're not just going to let this one drift away. They're going to look for another try. The chip over the top. There is space there. Bounce just evades the Shogun player and into the hands of Rugby Deutschland, who would love a try. They know they're going into the plate competition now, but they'd love to finish this one with a try. They're not going to, though. Not yet, anyway. Referee's going to allow time for this scrum to happen, and it is a Rugby Deutschland scrum.
Let's go to set. Mark's here.
After this, by the way, we move back to that bowl round robin competition where HMP Barbars will be taking on Hong Kong. I can just see Hong Kong
Crouch.
up at the top of the hill in the background, waiting to make their way onto the pitch.
Set.
Hong Kong won their opener in that game, 37-7 against Wooden Spoon, so a victory would hand them the bowl. Defeat, and it's wide open. Final play here, Rugby Deutschland just losing that forward at the ruck.
Lost on the floor.
And that will be that. A fantastic performance from Shoguns. They move into the Cup semi-finals. Rugby Deutschland drop down to the plate competition, where they'll be alongside Vaquita Hammerheads and Apache. But in the Cup semi-finals, after that magnificent 34-0 victory, Shogun joined the Army, Vaquita Fiji, and one of Academic Barbarians, or Boom Beavers. Full time, Shogun 34, Rugby Deutschland 0. We move now back into the men's bowl round robin for HMP Barbars against Hong Kong, China. Referee gets us underway, and Hong Kong retain the kickoff in their red shirts. HMP Barbars in blue, the Union Jack on the shoulders. As I mentioned before, Hong Kong got a cracking victory against Wooden Spoon in the opener in this bowl round robin, and they're going to get away to a fast start here against HMP Barbars. That's a fantastic try to open the scoring in this one. Wonderful, wonderful rugby. Electric feet. Pace to burn and an opening score for Hong Kong. And a reminder, of course, if Hong Kong win this, they will be the bowl champions today. Conversion doesn't go.
Advantage. Knock on advantage over.
First proper possession here for HMP. A little offload across the face of the defence there. Good tackle comes in from Hong Kong. Pushing and probing to try and find an opening, but the Hong Kong defence is up and aggressive and hard to get through. It's another little offload though through the back and then intercepted. Hong Kong could be away here. Can they get a pass or free? Not quite. Recycle, looking to the right hand side. Big looping pass comes in. Oh, it's collected wonderfully. The defence was able to drift, but still the attack continues for Hong Kong as they go around the blind side. Was that the right call? Not quite. Just short again. They've got numbers left if they can move the ball to it. Big looping pass comes in. That's the space out there. Gets the fend away and gets across for the second try. That was where the space was. They just had to find a way to get the ball to it, and that's exactly what they did. Hong Kong, 2 tries to the good and looking very much like bowl champions in waiting.
Okay, 30 seconds. Got another 10.
Hong Kong taking every precious second they can over this conversion, trying to keep the energy levels high. Doesn't quite go, but they've got a 10-0 lead here midway through the first half. You can see here they tied so many defenders in on that short side. So when this big looping pass came in, it didn't matter that the drift was coming. There was so much space still to work with. And that fend just buying the extra yard to get across the line. That's good aggressive work at the breakdown though from HMP Barbars. Hong Kong do well to keep it in their possession. Done magnificently well to hold on to that. That was a fearsomely powerful offload. And then that's brilliant work just to skate down the left wing. Skate down the left wing and run it home for a third try. This is very, very impressive from Hong Kong. They were brilliant against Wooden Spoon, a 37-7 victory, and they are just as good here. 15-0 to the good, only 4.5 minutes gone. And playing it cute as well, again taking their time over the conversion. This time it's good. The lead moves out to 17 points to 0. Smart work from Hong Kong. Did ever so well to hold on to that offload because it was absolutely flung at him. And he's almost done him with the eyes there. I think he genuinely believed he was going to pass it as well and then changed his mind just at the last moment.
Backwards.
HMP get the ball back in their hands. What can they do? We saw some signs of it this morning. They'll be keen to show some signs here. Oh, a little switch play from Hong Kong and cutting back against the grain. They go. There's an offload, there's a try, but they can't get the offload in. Might have been off their feet. Referee seems happy enough with that. And they just move it to that right-hand side. Defence is up to the task. Terrific counter ruck, but that's a terrific little pop off the floor as well. Hong Kong looking for their 4th try. Oh, and that is a powerful, powerful carry for a 4th try. No right whatsoever to score that. No right at all. Just bounced through would-be tacklers. As you may have just heard the referee say there, if you use your time, that will be the half. And I suspect he will absolutely use his time. Has indeed. Slots over the conversion to nudge the lead out to 24. And we head in at half-time with Hong Kong leading HMP Barbars by 24 points to 0. It's been a quite outstanding performance in the first half from Hong Kong. They really have been superb. Half-time, Hong Kong 24, HMP Barbars 0. Hong Kong claim the kickoff to get the second half started and get themselves right on the attack again. Terrific first half performance for a 24-0 lead, and I suspect they are not going to want to take the foot off the pedal at all. Remember, if they win this game, they win the bowl. Bowl was turned into a round robin with Stunts unable to attend today. So it's a round robin between Hong Kong, HMP Barbars and Wooden Spoon Marauders. Hong Kong have already beaten Wooden Spoon Marauders, and they are 24 points to the good. Soon to be more than that here against HMP Barbars. And that takes them a step closer towards bowl glory. $29-0 now, starting the second half as they finish the first, scoring tries. And with the conversion to come, Hong Kong are in control. Assistant referee on this near side is giving himself a right old workout. He's been sprinting up and down here after that conversion. Penalty, HMP. Need to do something quickly. If they're to turn this around, or at least close it up a bit. And that ball's lost forward, it'll be a Hong Kong scrum.
Crouch. Point. Set.
Another score for Hong Kong. They are not going to take their foot off the gas here. Hong Kong, China Rugby. Just 4 minutes away now from bowl glory. He is so fast. Hong Kong number 13. So much pace, and then the generosity as well, just to give the score to his mate who's going, what are you doing? Just get the ball down. $34-0 now, the lead for Hong Kong. Another dominant display in this bowl competition. Moment of frustration there for HMP Barbars.
Coach. Point.
Hong Kong scrum. 2 minutes left. Difficult ball, but they move it wide. Background music's just died down around the ground, and it allows you to hear these Hong Kong players talking to each other, and that communication between one another, moving bodies from A to B, just opens up the space for another score down that left-hand touchline. That left-hand side has been a real point of joy for them from start to finish today. You see it again here. At this point, it's just constant chatter out there about where they want the ball, where they want to be people to be positioned. And it always helps if you've got someone that can run the 100 meters in under 11 seconds on the far touchline, doesn't it? Another top score for Hong Kong. They get past their total from the first game in this bowl competition. They are absolutely flying.
Play on.
39 points to 0 they lead.
Lost now.
Probably time for one more play. They've got the penalty as well. Silly decision that, really, from HMP Barbars. They knew they weren't going to get away with that. So Hong Kong, will they get one more? Or will HMP manage to get a score on the board here before full time.
15 roll. You're fine, 15 roll.
Another penalty, Hong Kong. They go quickly again. And now they're just trying to fizz it to the far side, intercepted by HMP, and they're going to try and break away, and they might just be able to break away. HMP are going to get themselves on the scoreboard before this game is out. And he's finished it in anger. They've not enjoyed this one too much, but they will enjoy that moment. A high to finish on after a tough outing for HMP Barbars.
Stay the way of the post, please, my friend. Thank you.
That's a terrific finish from long range. Conversion over as well. So we finish up Hong Kong, China Rugby 39, HMP Barbars 7. Hong Kong are your bowl champions here at the Bury St Edmunds leg of the Super 7 series. Hong Kong win the bowl. Two terrific performances, 37-7 against Wooden Spoon Marauders and 39-7 here against HMP Barbars. Hong Kong Sevens, the Bury St Edmunds Sevens bowl champions. Outstanding. Up next, we move across the women's competition. The first knockout women's action of the day. It's the women's plate to begin with, and the semi-final between Brunel Trailfinders and Savvy Panthers before we move on to the women's cup, where we'll have the semi-final between Shogun and Hammerhead Sharks. So stay with us, a couple of crackers coming up. Right, we move across the women's competition and the plate semi-finals. Brunel Trailfinders in green, getting us restarted here against Savvy Panthers in black. First time on the live stream today for both of these sides. And we begin with a knock-on from Savvy Panthers and a scrum to Brunel Trailfinders.
Thank you. I'll just step out. Focus on either hook, okay? Crouch!
Brunel, who
5,
lost in the group stages to Shogun
set.
and Boom Beavers, but finished off on a high with victory over Wooden Spoon Marauders. Savvy Panthers, meanwhile, lost to Vaquita Hammerheads to open their account. Then a very tight defeat to Hammerhead Sharks before a third defeat, another tight one to Hong Kong China. So they're looking for a first victory, but they'll have some way to go to do that because Brunel Trailfinders have got themselves off to the perfect start in this semi-final. An opening try inside of a minute. Conversion to go with it, and Brunel Trailfinders lead 7 points to 0. It's a lovely, lovely offload. Just makes all the difference, doesn't it, if you can get those offloads away.
Keep on for me. got 10. Oh, go forward. Go forward. Drive straight together, okay. Crouch! Bind! Dead!
Savvy Panthers fizz it to this near side. Tackle comes in, but the ball stays in field.
Tackle! Keep hitting me. Keep hitting me.
Now they fling it to the far side and they slip out of that last tackle, and Savvy Panthers get across for their opening try, stretching the play from one touchline to the other and finding joy and finding their way across the touchline, or across the try line, I should say.
Yes. Come back a bit, yeah. Cheers.
Lovely score from Savvy Panthers. They'll be disappointed, Brunel, to have just slipped off those tackles, but Savvy Panthers were flying around that corner at pace, ever so difficult to stop. Conversion was good as well. So it's an even game, 7 points apiece.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Cheers, thank you.
Just waiting on a ball, which we now have.
Come on. Focus on you.
I'll tell you what, that's a restart routine I've not seen too many times. I rather like it. Brunel sees the ball and sees the space and goes searing through it. She can stop sprinting now. She's going to coast home. Fantastic response to the Savvy Panthers try from Brunel. Straight back at it with a try of their own. And no sooner had their lead disappeared than they bring it right back again. Conversion good as well. And they are back to 7 points in front, 14 points to 7. The offload just creates that slight chink in the defensive line. And when you've got pace like that, all you need is a chink in the defensive line and you can go scorching through.
Not an advantage. Not on first. Thanks. Up by green, come down, black ball. Focus, vicious mark. Come to the mark, focus, focus. Yeah, left of the mark. Come to me. Yeah, cool, yeah. Thank you. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Half-time scoring on pitch 2 in the women's plate semi-final number 2. Hong Kong, China Rugby.
Savvy Panthers respond like for like. I'll tell you what, this is a terrific semi-final. Absolutely terrific. Both sides giving as good as they get. That conversion doesn't go though. Could that be important? It leaves Brunel 14-12 in front. So we see the try again. Came straight from the set piece. Scrum half almost running laterally, probably looking for an option to cut against the grain, but in the end didn't need one. Just kept going and going and going, and around the outside.
Here we are, stay here.
Now Brunel will go surging through. One fend, two fend. Tackle comes in. Can she reach for the line? Not quite. Gets the offload off the deck. And another offload. Oh, this is brilliant defense from Savvy Panthers. I don't know how they've managed to scramble the bodies back there. There's space on the far side if they can move the ball to it, though, for Brunel. They managed to get the ball there, and in a pile of dust, they get across the line. And this tit-for-tat semi-final continues to get the blood boiling. It's fantastic. It's brilliant. It is tries galore. Brunel will take the lead into half-time. With the conversion, it's a 21 points to 12 lead. And it has been a quite brilliant half of rugby. Half-time in this women's plate semi-final. Brunel 21, Savvy Panthers 12. Referee blows his whistle. We are back underway in this women's plate semi-final. Brunel Trailfinders leading 21 points to 12 against Savvy Panthers and looking to extend that beyond just 21 points to 12. Brunel in green, but they've lost that ball to Savvy Panthers in their black shirts. And Savvy Panthers now looking to that outside channel, and they've got a bit of pace out there on the far side. They've got a lot of pace out there on the far side. And that is exactly the start that Savvy Panthers needed to this second half. Brilliant counter-attacking try. Trusted the pace on the outside when they got the turnover ball. And Savvy Panthers close the gap. 21 points to 17 now. Conversion to come. 21 points to 17, it will remain. Conversion didn't go, but they are right back in this semi-final, Savvy Panthers.
Come off. I was looking for a ball where. yeah. Okay, time on.
Savvy Panthers go deep with the kickoff, asking Brunel to try and play from deep inside their own half. Brunel, I suspect, will be only too happy to accept the invitation to do so, but Savvy Panthers wise to it and all over the ball at that breakdown to earn the penalty.
No clear release.
And another penalty, a fine start to this second half for Savvy Panthers. If they can get the score, they take the lead for the first time here in this semi-final. They get the offload off the deck. Is there some space out there on the left-hand side? They're certainly going to see if there's a little something they can do. They get the offload away. Now they pull it back to a central area. Tackle comes in from Brunel, just slows the momentum a little bit, and it's a big counter ruck as well. And the referee's whistle has gone. It's going to be a scrum to Brunel. That has been fantastic bit of defensive work from Brunel Trailfinders there under real pressure.
There we go. Crouch! Time me, please. Crouch! Bind! Come up together. We both come together there. Hold, support your body weight, both sides. Same mark, we'll go again. Crouch! Bind! I say crouch, you crouch.
Free kick, Brunel.
2. Counter advantage, 2 black.
This for a place in the women's plate final. It'll kick off at 5:40 p.m. First of today's finals.
Use the outside! Go right!
No advantage.
Followed by the men's plate final, followed then by the women's cup final,
2, you were not 10. You were not
followed
10.
finally
10 meters.
by the men's cup final at 6:40.
It's over here, it's over here. Over here. 2 black, offside.
That's it, Layla, work rate, go wide!
Brunel just half tap tackled as they tried to burst through the middle there. Crucial intervention. Didn't bring her down, but it bought enough time for fellow defenders to get back to do so. That's a crunching tackle. Fantastic commitment from Savvy Panthers.
Scrum advantage.
Lost forward by Brunel, but they were playing with a scrum advantage, so we'll come back for a Brunel scrum.
Not to the breakdown. 2 black, not 10 meters there.
But with 2.5 minutes left to go, we're now entering that tense phase in knockout rugby.
2 black, not 10 meters there. 2 black, not 10 meters. Here we go. 5 2 to go. 2 to go. You've got stuff. Yeah, cool. There we go. I've got the AR left. Here we go. Crouch! Bind! Far side early. 2 green early.
Oh, and Savvy Panthers break away almost from nothing. They are going to take the lead in this semi-final. They've not won a game today, but come knockout time, they are turning it on in style. 22-21, they nudge themselves in front. A conversion to come as well. Just have a look at this, the half break there. The pass away, and well, we've already seen what pace they have on that outside channel. And we see it again there. Savvy Panthers, for the first time, have the lead in this semi-final. Conversion doesn't go.
Yep.
But with 1 minute left to play, Savvy Panthers have the lead. May have an error there. I've overheard the referee say 21-20, which may mean that I've attributed a conversion to Savvy Panthers that they didn't get. I'll keep an eye on that for you. Meanwhile, we've still got 20 seconds left to play, and Savvy Panthers on the attack, and they can save me a little bit of embarrassment if they finish it off, but they're tackled just shy of the 22, and then they go scorching around the outside. Savvy Panthers are going to be going into the final. Savvy Panthers with back-to-back scores.
Time off the kick.
How about that for a turnaround from Savvy Panthers?
Time off there, yeah. 1 second, sorry.
Finding points when they needed them most. Conversion is drilled and through, and Savvy Panthers move into the women's plate final with this finish. The tackle came in on the first burst around the outside, but there was still space to get around the outside. Picked up so quickly off the base. Awareness of what was around it, and the answer to it was nothing. Burned through. Savvy Panthers reach the women's plate final. They'll be there at 5:40 p.m. against either Hong Kong or Wooden Spoon Marauders. That one still to be concluded on pitch 2 behind me. Here on pitch 1, meanwhile here on pitch 1, we move across to the Women's Cup semi-finals, where Shogun will take on Hammerhead Sharks. Shogun, remember, who were absolutely outstanding in their final group game, beating Boom Beavers 45-12. And they are up in just a couple of moments' time in that cup semi-final against Hammerhead Shark. Women's Cup semi-finals coming up next. Hammerhead Sharks just a little late on the field, so we're a couple of minutes behind schedule now. Hopefully we can make that up as Shogun in their black shirts get us underway in this Women's Cup semi-final. And it's bounced off one of the Hammerhead Sharks players, and Shogun take advantage right away. She almost dropped it over the line, but gets the try. And that is the perfect start for Shogun, the nightmare start for Hammerhead Sharks. But that is exactly the sort of ruthless rugby we saw from Shogun in that final group game against Boom Beavers a couple of hours ago. And straight from the kickoff here, Shogun show us what they're made of. Loose ball, eyes up the space and then just simply floats through it. Fantastic start for Shogun. Kick off again. Will Hammerhead Sharks deal with it better? Well, not quite, although this time at least they managed to regather.
Crouch.
But
Bind.
Scrum Shogun.
Set.
It's a good, quick, successful scrum as well, releasing that back line. They're going to have a little dabble around the outside here. Have they got the pace to finish it off? Oh, yes, they do. Shogun on fire early on here. 2 tries in under 2 minutes. An astonishing start from Shogun. A simple try really in the end, made with just that little bit of footwork in the fend to get on the outside, but ultimately just simple hands off the set piece. Well, their kickoff routine has been highly impressive so far. They change it up slightly here, pushing it slightly wider, and as a result it doesn't quite go 10, so it's going to be a first bit of possession now for Hammerhead Sharks. Chance for them to show us what they've got in the locker. And the answer is plenty, really challenging the Shogun defense there. They pull it the other way, stab a little kick through, and there is space there. Oh, lovely little deft touch. And then as she tried to pick it up, it just squeezed forward, but lovely footballing skill in the build-up there. Be a Shogun scrum.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Oh, and Shogun break through again. And surely no one's catching it. Hammerhead Sharks will try and chase, but they won't succeed. Shogun scorch away for their 3rd try of this semi-final. Brilliant, just brilliant. She calls to the touchline to have a bit of a breather, and why not? 2 length of the field effort, she's earned it.
Going to top golf or a regular driving range? Yeah, it's good fun now though, isn't it?
Another attacking set piece for Shogun. We saw what they did off that first one for their second try. Simple hands, got in the space around the outside. It's a free kick this time, so they don't do quite the same thing, and that ball actually doesn't go to hand, so We're going to come back for the offside penalty. I thought that there might just be an escape there for Hammerhead Sharks, but
Backline's all up early.
they were offside.
Scrum option called. Scrum option called.
Shogun, almost unsurprisingly,
Scrum option's
go
called.
for the scrum. It's been a weapon. Just an update for you. Hong Kong beat Wooden Spoon 41-5 in that other women's plate semi-final. So the women's plate final at 5:40, which will be live here on Next Gen 15, will be between Savvy Panthers and Hong Kong China Rugby. That's at 5:40, the women's plate final, which follows the conclusion of the men's bowl competition, although we already know who's won that men's bowl,
Crouch.
which is Hong Kong
Bind.
China Rugby. So
Set.
Hong Kong looking to come away today with 2 pieces of silverware, one in the men's and one in the women's. This women's cup semi-final, Shogun 19-0 to the good against Hammerhead Sharks as we head towards the close of this first half. Hammerheads looking to have a go around the outside. They might just finish off this half on the scoreboard. That's exactly what they're going to do. Scorching try from Hammerhead Sharks. They were under pressure, but they got the penalty on their own 22. And all it took was 2 nice flat passes and a bit of pace on the outside. And that'll be enough to send us into half-time, with the Hammerhead Sharks having just narrowed the deficit and finally put a halt to the Shogun Storm. Conversion's good as well. So we head in at half-time. Shogun 19, Hammerhead Sharks 7.
Half-time score, 52. Hammerheads 31, Boom Beavers 0. Half-time score here is the Women's Cup semi-final number 1, Shogun 1, Hammerhead Sharks 7.
Second half underway then. Hammerhead Sharks kick us off, trailing 19 points to 7 against Shogun in this Women's Cup semi-final. Playing for a place in that final at 6:20 this evening. And the Hammerhead restart straight into touch, so a free kick on halfway to Shogun. We were so threatening throughout that first half, but there was a window of opportunity at the end for Hammerheads with that try that just keeps them interested into this second half. They've only got 2 converted tries to get the lead. Shogun will be hoping to make that all the more difficult though, with this early period of possession deep into Hammerhead territory now. Is there a bit of space for them? Half a gap. They just go scorching through there. Then, well, they dilly-dally at the base of that ruck and got absolutely whacked for it. And Hammerheads take off, offloading off the floor. And another. Surely going to be a little bit of space somewhere, perhaps a little on the outside here. They're certainly going to put the footwork on. Tackle comes in, but the pass is good. Second pass moves it a little wider. Goes to ground, but stays in Hammerhead possession. And now they move it again via the floor, but out to that outside channel. It might not be quite as accurate as they like, but it's effective, this, for Hammerheads. It's drawing Shogun players into places they don't want to be, and there's another brilliant offload off the floor. And now the gaps start to appear. One-on-one on the outside. What's the pace like? The pace is good. The pace is very good. Hammerheads are about to make this a proper semi-final. That's a really, really magnificent try. Superbly worked, patient. Offloads galore. Yes, there were a few bounce passes, but it was all about moving the ball to the space, dragging defenders out of position, and then bouncing back the other way where the space was bound to open up. And there wasn't a lot of it, but there was just enough that with that bit of pace they could get around the outside. And Hammerheads are banging this final, banging this semi-final rather.
What was that, sorry? Time off, we've got no ball.
Once again, no ball. It's the slow return of balls to the halfway line that's going to get this tournament out of schedule. The play has been good on the field. Now we've got a ball.
4 minutes.
So, just 5 points in it. Shogun lead, 19-14. Remember, they had led 19-0 with about 30 seconds left to play in the first half. Well, Hammerhead Sharks, with a try either side of half-time, have absolutely turned this game on its head. This is now a serious competition for a place in that final. And Shogun have rung the changes and brought some of those stars of the early period of the first half on the field. But it may not make much difference because there's momentum with Sharks now. They get the penalty. Sharp work on the floor.
Holding.
What are they going to do with it?
Don't know.
Oh, they've done so well to get that ball away through the tackle. As the sun comes out, Hammerheads move it to the far side. They're going to try and go the long way around. Is it going to work? No, there's pace matching pace on the outside there. And
no.
a foot in touch.
No, below the shoulders, yeah, it's not, we're not going.
And a line out
Time off,
to
player down.
Shogun. She may have winded herself in the process of that. Time is off. I'm not quite sure why, because she's actually off the field, I think, on that far side. Perhaps the referee's
Time's
nicer
off, yeah,
than I
we're 2
am.
players down.
Behind me, some of the players for the men's plate semi-finals are getting themselves ready. Apache taking on Rugby Deutschland on pitch 2. On pitch 1 next, men's plate semi-final 1. Vaquita Hammerheads against Academic Barbarians. That's for a place in the plate final at 6 o'clock.
Are we subbing? We're staying on. Subbing? Subbing. We subbed. She subbed as well, done, yeah? Fine. Yours to the line. Yeah, just wait, for my whistle. Yeah, time's still off. Yeah, come on. Backwards.
Hammerheads steal the line out. How big could that be? Zipping the ball through. Oh, there's a bit of space in the middle there. Oh, there's a lot of space. Hammerheads draw level. Well, they stole the line out. That was key. and then they just zipped the ball across the face of the defence. It was a risky pass. It could have been intercepted, but it had enough pace on it to fizz into her teammates' hands. You could just exploit that space, score the try. The conversion, though, doesn't go. So we stay all square, 19 points apiece.
21-19.
In fact, I think I've just heard the referee say 21-19.
1.5. 1.5 left. 1.5.
Shogun conversion must have been missed.
Backwards.
We shall keep tabs for you. Hammerheads, full of confidence now. Working it to the far side. Oh, it's a good tackle from Shogun. Needed to be as well.
Yeah, she's
Had to halt the momentum. Hammerheads still coming though. Running a loop in the midfield, just trying to drag in some defenders. Now they give out the big wide pass. Oh, that's lovely balanced stepping footwork. The grimace on the face, the determination. And now there's space left if they can move the ball to it. Hands will do it. They may not even need to do the hands. Hammerheads. Oh, what a turnaround this is. Hammerhead Sharks.
Yeah.
Sensational.
Yeah, I've got you.
Absolutely sensational.
Take the hold. She takes all 30 at the time.
As the referee says there, if she uses her time, that will be that. Hammerhead Sharks
15 left in the shot clock.
are going to be going to the final
I'll give you 5.
from 21-0 down in that first half.
Yes. 5 now.
They find themselves heading into the final. Conversion doesn't go. It doesn't matter a jot. Hammerhead Sharks are going to the final. Shogun, for so long, must have felt comfortable and in control. They'd scored 2 tries inside of 2 minutes to start the game off, but Hammerheads, with a show of real spirit and resilience, turn it around for a 24-21 victory. Fantastic stuff from Hammerheads. They go to the final. Full time here. Hammerhead Sharks 24, Shogun 21. And we move back to the men's competitions now. The men's plate semi-final. Vaquita Hammerheads against Academic Barbarians coming up right away. You can see both sides on the field already. Academic Barbarians in their sky blue, Vaquita Hammerheads in their white shirts. That one coming up in just a couple of seconds. Academic Barbarians get us started with a deep kickoff towards Vaquita Hammerheads. By the way, in that other Women's Cup semi-final, Vaquita Hammerheads beat Boom Beavers 45-10, so it's going to be an all Hammerhead Women's Cup final at 6:20. Hammerhead Sharks against Vaquita Hammerheads. Remember, those two met earlier on today, but we will talk all about that when it gets a little closer to 6 o'clock, because in the meantime we have got some thrilling semi-finals in front of us. The men's plate semi-final here, Vaquita Hammerheads against Academic Barbarians. And Academic Barbarians have got off to an absolute rocket start with an early try there. Conversion slides wide, but it's an early 5-0 lead for Academic Barbarians. First we've seen of them on this pitch since about 1:30, when they had a fantastic 21-12 victory over Wooden Spoon Marauders. Really worked hard for that one. What can Vaquita Hammerheads do in response to the early Academic Barbarians try? They're going to have a little dabble around the outside, nothing doing there. Brought to ground, move the ball away from that contact area. Here's the man to watch. Vaquita Hammerhead's own version of Darcy Graham, bouncing and bobbing and weaving his way around.
No hands!
Vaquita Hammerheads just move the ball out to that far side and then bounce through the first tackle, looking for an offload, but there's no one supporting, so does really well just to stay on his feet and buy time for his teammates to get up to him. And now they spread it right across to that far side. Realise the space has been eaten up, but get an offload away crucially, and there's a bit of space there on the outside. He's going to have to cut back in because there's two defenders and just a foot in touch as that tap tackle came in. But good rugby that from Vaquita Hammerheads. Really good rugby.
There's your mark, White. Perfect.
Academic Barbarians just stick the toe on the ball. Oh, it's really unlucky that it forced the player almost towards the touchline. He may yet catch up with this. Does just catch up with it. Oh, it's been really well tidied up that by Vaquita Hammerheads, who now break free. There's a bit of open space here, a little bit of footwork to get on the outside. He's going to have to cut back in and fends off a would-be tackler, fends off another, and then that looks a bit high. Referee seems to be okay with it. Might be playing advantage. They pop it up and get the try anyway. Counter-attacking, breathless stuff from Vaquita Hammerheads. Just look at this step, just around the outside. I told you he's like Darcy Graham. That was big and physical. That looked a little high. But the presence of mind to just pop the ball off the deck. And another one for the try. And Vaquita Hammerheads level it up, and that is a cracking effort. The conversion doesn't quite go, so it's still 5 points apiece. But a superb response from Vaquita Hammerheads to the early Academic Barbarians try.
Yep, where we've got.
Huh? There's only two. So I've got, I'm just waiting for the ball to come on.
Academic Barbarians fizzing it out to this near side and then cutting back in well. Now they look to the other side, just trying to pull in some defenders here, trying to tie things up and then stabbing the ball through. If that sits up nicely, it could be dangerous, and it does sit up perfectly. Thought about the pass inside, realised he had the gas to finish it off. That's a lovely, lovely score from Academic Barbarians. We've not seen the kick used to great effect today by many teams, but that was exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. And quickly back in front, conversion as well. Top work from Academic Barbarians. Just look at this, he just was initially looking for the pass, realised there was nothing happening, saw there was space in behind, stabbed it through. Lovely stuff.
Make sure the winger's onside.
12-5. Academic Barbarians lead.
Offside.
But they creep offside on the kickoff, so it's free kick on halfway to Hammerhead Vaquitas. Flinging that ball out to this near touchline. And that, oh, I thought it was a fantastic turnover, but he hadn't released in the tackle. So penalty, Vaquita Hammerheads. They shift it quickly to that far side, arriving at pace on the ball, but
One in the side.
then earning the penalty side entry. Could be half a sniff here of a chance for Vaquita Hammerheads. They go direct with that and then throw the offload. Still they keep playing. A little bit of tiredness setting in though, and it just allows enough time
7 minutes.
for Academic Barbarians to poach that ball and earn the penalty. Just see a little bit of tiredness creeping in across the faces of a few of the players.
Tackle, release. Tackle, not release. You're still to me the second.
It's another penalty, Academic Barbarians. These penalties starting to rack up now, just a little bit. Moving towards final play. Once again, they look to stab the ball in behind. There is space. Very few teams playing with a sweeper today. Vaquita Hammerheads looking to see if they can create something almost out of nothing. Important tackle that. Good offload as well though. And there's a bit of space here. One-on-one with the last defender. Oh, that's just magical footwork going this way and that. I think he's completely run out of puff. That's why he slowed up quite so much, but still has the footwork to make a difference. But then it's stolen on the floor by Academic Barbarians. There are players absolutely out on their feet out there right now. We're into an extra minute of play here because the ball just won't go dead. And everyone out there is absolutely blowing. There's bodies everywhere. The referee, almost out of generosity, blows his whistle and just allows everyone a minute's break for half time because they are absolutely shattered. We head in at the break. Academic Barbarians leading Vaquita Hammerheads 12 points to 5. And boy, if ever a halftime break was needed, it's now. These boys are shattered. Vaquita Hammerheads get us underway for the second half, but they get us underway with a kick that's not gone 10. So it's going to be a free kick to the side that is leading here in this plate semi-final. Academic Barbarians, it's a 12-5 lead. Playing for a place in that final at 6 o'clock. Scrapping hard for that place. That offload was a bit to nowhere, but it came into their hands, and then a high tackle comes in, so penalty Academic Barbarians. Both sides defended incredibly well in that first half. There was really very little space out there, despite an ambitious offloading game from both, but there might just be a little bit of space on the far side here for Academic Barbarians. Well, I'll tell you what, they started the first half off with a try inside of a few seconds, and that's exactly what they've done in the second half as well.
I can't leave him alone.
This offload here was the killer offload. Did so well to make it stick. And then that's a beautiful offload as well for the finish in the corner. 17 points to 5 they lead. Conversion didn't go. Touchline conversion, a real challenging one, but it's a 17-5 lead. And for the first time throughout the semi-final, there's just a bit of daylight between the teams. Vaquita Hammerheads looking to respond immediately and finding a lovely offload there to give themselves a good chance. That's a clever tackle though, just wraps up the ball in contact and actually was lost forward and stolen then by Academic Barbarians. Ball back inside and then switching back across. It's going to be back-to-back scores for Academic Barbarians. They've opened up a healthy margin now. 22-5 they lead. It was this tackle coming up here. It was a really clever one, just around the ball, prevented any kind of an offload and almost forced the knock-on through contact. Allowed them to pick up, and this was good, unselfish play. Rather than trying to go on his own, gives the pass to his mate, who just switches back across, and defender doesn't know which way to turn. Conversion doesn't go, but it's a 22-5 lead now for Academic Barbarians, and they have 1 foot in that plate final. That's a lovely take above the head off the kickoff from Vaquita Hammerheads. Really good bit of skill, that. Oh, strong running, really strong running from Vaquita Hammerheads. Tacklers get up, but still he plows on. Got another 10 meters or so. Penalty though to Vaquita Hammerheads. There might be a bit of space left if they can find the pass in the end. He wasn't quite sure where his mates were, but still the ball finds them. And another offload away. Oh, it's big defense though from Academic Barbarians, but side entry, no release is the call from the referee. So a penalty to Hammerhead Vaquitas. I'll tell you what though, to give away a penalty there without a yellow card, Academic Barbarians will be thinking that was a pretty handy piece of defense. As is that clinging on to the shoelaces. Almost up to the line here of Vaquita Hammerheads. Now they move it towards the left-hand side. There's a bit of space out there. The bouncing ball, though, is lost forwards. Just those little inaccuracies. And Academic Barbarians survive.
Let's go, please, White.
And that could be that. There's 2.5 minutes left to play. It's a long time in sevens, but with 17 points required, it means 3 tries. Or at the very least, 2 converted tries and a drop goal of some kind. But realistically, 3 tries.
We've only got got 6 players.
Oh, we've got a delay here because there's only 6 players on the field.
Just about. Crouch. Bang. Set. Don't play him, 9. Don't play him.
Another kick from Barbarians. I'll tell you what, it's another wise kick as well if it had just sat a little nicer on the bounce. This is the risk. Oh, what a tackle that is. My goodness me. What a tackle.
Leave it. Leave it unmarked.
Thunders his man into touch. Whew.
There's your mark on the edge.
Well, I tell you what, that's one of the best tackles we've seen all day. Great defence from Academic Barbarians as the sun bursts through again. Finally. Line out goes awry though. Vaquita Hammerheads for a simple walk in, but it was lost forward. Lost forward. Scrum Academic Barbarians. About 45 seconds left to play.
And once we're settled, they'll step back. Make sure you're in line. Crouch.
Well, this isn't going to be far off final
Set.
play of the half.
Went into the centre, I'm happy.
Hacked through, chases on. Another huge hoof downfield. It's an absolute chase after it. Vaquita Hammerheads are going to get there first, but they're going to be under all kinds of pressure when they do. Right under their own posts. Ball is lost and spilled. It's loose and it's a try. Well, I said they'd be under all sorts of pressure. And all sorts of pressure they were under as well. I think that's going to be that as well. It's going to be Academic Barbarians in the final. Conversion good too. And that is it. Academic Barbarians into the final. This try is how it all finished up. It was all sorts of pressure from that big old hack downfield. It was a proper hoof, but it worked just perfectly. And it finishes up Academic Barbarians 29, Vaquita Hammerheads 5. Academic Barbarians go into that men's plate final at 6 o'clock, and it's a quick turnaround here for the men's cup final, cup semi-final I should say, cup semi-final. British Army here just doing their usual ritual with the ball before the game begins. And they will be taking on Boom Beavers in no more than about 30 seconds time.
Semifinal run between the British Army and the Boom Beavers.
So just before we get started in this one, I can confirm that men's plate final at 6 o'clock will be the Academic Barbarians against Rugby Deutschland. Rugby Deutschland winning 28-26 against Apache over on pitch 2. What an absolute thriller that was. But it is the cup that is now the focus. The British Army in red will be getting us started against Boom Beavers in purple. And we are underway. The Army get us going. They've won leg 1 at Farnham. They've won leg 2 at Newbury. Will they win leg 3 here at Bury St Edmunds? Well, they need to get through this semi-final first to give themselves a shot. Boom Beavers, though, are not going to roll over easily. They've been fantastic today and they're going to want to keep going. But it's the Army in possession early on. Good competition on the floor, though, from Boom Beavers. Get the turnover, but not legally. Penalty to the Army. They move the ball through the hands, softly through the hands to this near side, and a giant of a man on that left touchline takes it in, and they keep possession alive. They are just so good at constantly moving that ball. And then when the time calls, bringing that raw physicality to it as well. Boom Beavers trying to meet fire with fire, though, coming from out to in defence there to make the big spot tackle, and a successful one as well, knocking the ball loose and getting the ball into their possession. That there, the man that made it, now making an incisive intervention in attack as well, trying to put his head down, but the Army come across to cut the space. But that's 4 Army defenders in a tight little period there. They managed to spread out though, and Boom Beavers spread the ball to the left-hand side. The Army have cover, but it has to be effective, and it's not quite effective enough. Got the man to ground, but he still had enough wherewithal to be able to get the roll and get the ball down and get the opening score for Boom Beavers. He's hurt himself in the process, I think. But what a finish that was. We see it here, he tries to go on the outside, the big tackle comes in, but not held, gets to his feet and then dots the ball down.
12 on the kick.
And Boom Beavers have the opening score. And the conversion is an absolute beauty as well. A full 7-pointer for Boom Beavers. And a 7-pointer earned with an absolutely magical finish.
Yeah, yeah. Stay behind, big.
This tackle looked like it was enough, but not held, gets to his feet, gets the ball down. Fantastic. And the ball just lost forward off the kickoff, so it'll be a Boom Beavers scrum. But of course, that whole field position came from that terrific spot tackle at the centre of the pitch.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Boom Beavers move the ball away from the scrum towards this near side, trying to challenge the Army with their footwork. Doing so with a bit of success, making good ground. Just trying to constantly switch that target for the Army defence. Just about holds on to that just really well, actually, just to move it away. Bit of juggling and a little bit more there as well.
Tackle right off.
Army pressure in defence is relentless, but Boom Beavers equal to it, but then deciding to put boot to ball. Dangerous against the Army, because when they get a bit of broken field, they are a nightmare.
No,
and that was absolutely brilliant.
sorry, that went forward.
Oh, referee says it went forward. Did it?
Offload was forward.
Did it? Thought we were playing if it's flare, it's fine. Just a judge forward from the referee though, so Boom Beavers have the scrum.
Crouch. Bind.
And every moment that ticks by, although we're still only halfway through the first half, their confidence will just build and build. But that's a big scrum from the Army. Beavers get it away. And again, they just keep moving that ball, trying to tempt the Army into jumping out of the line to try and create a bit of space. They're going to try and go round the outside. It's an important tackle, really important tackle, round the ankles from the Army. Beavers calling hands, but then deciding against it as they see the drift come in. Once again, though, just refusing to enter into any sort of ruck situation. Every time they get anywhere near what could be a ruck, they just fling the ball away from it. They do not want to enter into a physical contest with the Army. They want to keep the ball moving. They want to keep it alive. They want to keep challenging that defence, and that's why... Oh, was that held? Referee happy with it. And that's why they don't want rucks. That's exactly why they don't want rucks, because the Army just blast through it and get the penalty.
Floor on the floor.
In a nutshell there, you can see why the tactic of the Beavers is as it's been. And now the Army, for the first time in what feels like an age, have the ball.
Yes.
1 minute left in the half. Boom Beavers leading 7 points to 0, but that 7 points to 0 advantage ain't gonna last too long at the moment. The chase is on, but the Army are gonna finish it off. Oh, unselfishly just floats it back in field to his mate. I think he'd have got there on his own, but fair play.
It can be half time if you want.
Total lack of selfishness, passes it infield to his mate to go in unopposed underneath the sticks. Conversion to come as well. I think he's going to take his time because I think they're all absolutely shattered, and is going to just let this one go through to half time. And that is half time. Conversion's good, and we head in after a seriously tense first half of Cup semi-final action with the scores level. It's Army 7, Boom Beavers 7. What a second half we have coming up.
Half-time score in the Men's Cup semi-final. Royals Kings 1, British Army 7, Boom Beavers 7.
Here we go then, 7 minutes to earn a place in the final in this last leg of the Super 7 series, the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. British Army 7, Boom Beavers, who'll be kicking off in purple, 7. Place in the final on offer.
Play on.
Will it be 3 finals from 3 for the British Army, 3 titles from 3?
No.
Or will Boom Beavers spoil the party at the semi-final stage? It's them that have possession early on, and them that go direct, but once again trying to avoid that ruck situation, getting the offload and another. That's a superb pass, just fizzed across 25 meters of the field, and they just step inside. Oh, he was half through there, wasn't he? And now there is a bit of space on the right-hand side. Out the finish, it's good. What a try that is for Boom Beavers. Two offloads on the near side. This pass was fantastic. Had so much pace on it. They made the half break here. It just put the defense out of shape, and then the pass back to the outside, and that is real gas. And how about that for a finish? I'll tell you what, if he was 5'8" instead of 5'9", he wouldn't have got there. Terrific finish. Conversion doesn't quite go, but Boom Beavers lead 12 points to 7. And as it stands, it is they that are going to the cup final.
Ready, are.
High restart. Tapped back almost to himself by the Army jumper.
No purple, 8 out.
Can they respond quickly? You know for sure they'll try. Little half break there and then realizes he's going to get tagged, so pulls it back to his mate, who then gets an offload that doesn't go to hand. And it's just not quite been clicking for the Army, has it? Couple of those moments where you think that's it, that's when they're going to pull it out the bag, and then they don't quite. But I wouldn't go writing them off yet. Not just yet.
Okay, lads, we're ready. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Big scrum from the Army, huge scrum from the Army, but illegal scrum from the Army. Boom Beavers penalty.
Chill. Army not driving straight.
12-7 they lead. Seems almost ridiculous to start counting down the time, but I'm sure it feels that way for Boom Beavers, certainly, given that they've kicked this one to touch. That's all about winding the clock down, and you can just see hand gestures on field, just telling each other to settle and to stay calm. Under 4 minutes left to play. Secure, solid line-out ball. Flat pass out into midfield. Now they cut back in, and they're going to be in a ruck situation here. That's not what they want, but it's good quick ball. Out to the far side. Is there a bit of space on the outside there? There is a bit of space on the outside there. Oh, wow. Oh, that is big. Bumps off the would-be tackler. And across the line. Oh, if we thought the finish before was good, that is even better. They got themselves into a ruck. They've been trying to avoid them all game, but they got such quick ball from it. They could move the ball wide, and then just watch this. See you later. What a finish that is. 17-7 the lead. Perhaps more pertinently, 2.5 minutes is what's left to play. Conversion doesn't go, so it stays at 17-7, 10 points clear. And let's just have another look at this. This is just superb finishing, aggressive finishing.
Don't waste time, please, number 9, let's go. Stay behind, Pete.
You will feel that tomorrow. What a finish. Kick-off goes straight out. Free kick on halfway to the Army. 2 minutes left to go. The Army need scores. They need them soon. They only need to convert one of them. Boom Beavers just have to hold out for not much more than 90 seconds. You can hear the cries from the touchline of work, work, work. 90 seconds work, and they're in the final. Army playing big and playing aggressive. Another big spot tackle comes in, but this time the Army get the ball away, but it's loose. Goes backwards, allows Boom Beavers time to regroup.
Don't push into him, please.
Just a minute left now for Boom Beavers to hold out. Oh, and this will help. They try to get them all going, but that's brilliant Fijian style offloading there from the British Army. Who will stay patient, you know that. They will keep playing, keep believing, because they know if they can just bump off one tackle, there's a chance. Ball is loose, but it went backwards off. Boom Beavers did it. No, forwards off the British Army. Scrum, Boom Beavers. And we're going to be very, very close to no time left. Referee says time off for a few changes.
30.
If the British Army are going to do this,
Right where I am.
they're going to need to do it right away.
Army, when we're ready, I'm going to put the clock on, okay? The pink ball. We just drive straight in the scrum.
Scrum
Okay, time on. I'll tell you when the clock's dead. Crouch!
to Boom Beavers. This is the
Fine,
game,
it's not dead.
this scrum. If the Army win it against the head, there's a sniff of a chance. But it's a solid scrum from Boom Beavers. All they've got to do now is just play out the clock and then get rid of that ball. They may want more. They fancy a try on the outside. They've got a couple around that way already. Foot in touch. And that's it. Boom Beavers are into the final. The previously unstoppable British Army are toppled, and toppled at the semi-final stage. Boom Beavers get the victory. 17 points to 7, they win it. Boom Beavers are in the final. The Army are out. The dream of 3 is no longer. That took absolutely everything that Boom Beavers had. They are utterly exhausted as they receive the congratulations from the Army, who've accepted that with real humility. The action doesn't stop though. We're across to that final game in the men's bowl now. It's Wooden Spoon Marauders against HMP Barbars. It's in effect a dead rubber now. It's for second place in the bowl in effect. Hong Kong, with their 2 victories over these two, have already claimed the bowl. But that cup is all up for grabs. Boom Beavers are in it. They beat the British Army in the semi-final, 17 points to 7. Up next, Wooden Spoon Marauders against HMP Barbars in that final bowl game of the day. Right, well, bar the ball, we're good to go, which gives me just enough time to tell you that other cup semi-final in the men's competition. Shogun beat Vaquita Fiji Warriors 40 points to 7. So that final, the last game of the day, 6:40, will be Boom Beavers against Shogun. There will be a new winner in this final leg of the Super 7 series. Up now, though, it's HMP Barbars, who are away for a first try of the game against Wooden Spoon Marauders in this last game in the bowl competition. As I mentioned before, Hong Kong China Rugby have already secured the bowl title with victories over both of these. Comprehensive victories, actually. They were superb in both of those games, but it's an early lead in what is effectively a second place shootout for HMP Barbars. A lovely finish it was as well. After this, we are in finals rugby right the way until the close today. At 5:40, it's the women's plate final, Savvy Panthers against Hong Kong. 6 o'clock, the men's plate final, Academic Barbarians against Rugby Deutschland. 6:20, the women's cup final, and it's a bit of a derby, this one, Hammerhead Sharks against Vaquita Hammerheads. And then at 6:40, the final game of the day, the men's cup final, Boom Beavers against Shogun. And the sun has come out to shine on us as we head towards finals time. Not a moment too late. Well, not a moment too soon, I think is actually the phrase I'm looking for, isn't it? Wooden Spoon looking for a bit of space, scampering around the outside. They're going to find a bit of space. They're going to race away and level this game up. That's a lovely score from Wooden Spoon Marauders. I don't think he wants that conversion himself. Fantastic pace to burn around the outside, though.
Should let him get.
Conversion makes it 7 points apiece. HMP grab the ball off the kickoff, but it's a penalty to Wooden Spoon.
Stay out 14, stay out 14. Now on.
Oh, and it could be back-to-back scores for Wooden Spoon. No, just
And
lost
first
forward.
end foot.
Just lost forward.
Lost forward. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Academic Barbarian played did
5 white,
really
5.
well just to hang on to that.
5 white.
That was a dangerous one.
Up
If
early.
that let slip from his grasp.
Come on, Shogun out.
Academic Barbars bursting through again. That's the danger man. 2 tries for him. Sorry, Academic Barbars. What am I talking about? HMP Barbars. A lot of Barbarian sides out today. Conversion good as well. Stretch out to a 14-5 lead.
Just timing.
Zippy response from Wooden Spoon Marauders for their second try. Conversion as well, 14-12 now. They trail. It was a good score. Couple of offloads. And if you can get 2 quick offloads in a row, there's usually space somewhere.
Try again. No touch. Second one, advantage. No, it's fine. First one. Dump. Go forward. Who's in? Take a step. 10. Up we come. Crouch. Bind. Set. 3 rounds. Tackle.
Wooden Spoon Marauders doing really well to try and keep the ball alive through contact. We've seen a number of good offloads through the tackle situation. There's another one there and another. And it is just creating a bit of space for them, although that one's loose and it gives HMP Barbars a little bit of space to try and have a go towards the line. They too try to offload. That's okay, it's off the knee. And that try is fine as well. And having been under pressure, HMP Barbars get themselves a 3rd score.
Yeah, just time issue. You both put your game down, it's just time issue. 15. Sorry? No. No, he kicked it back to him. On 15, yeah.
Conversion goes in off the post.
21-12.
And we head in at half-time with HMP Barbars leading Wooden Spoon Marauders 21-12 in this final bowl game. A reminder that up next we move into finals rugby. The women's plate final gets us started. Savvy Panthers against Hong Kong, followed by the men's plate final, Academic Barbarians against Rugby Deutschland. Then the women's cup final, Hammerhead Sharks against Vaquita Hammerhead. And then the men's cup final to finish us off, Boom Beavers against Shogun. And Boom Beavers, unbelievably, this is their first run beyond the semi-final stage of even the plate. They spent the first tournament in the bowl competition. They lost out in the semi-finals of the plate competition last time out, and here they are in the final. That shows you how close it all is at the Super 7 Series. Half-time here, HMP Barbars 21, Wooden Spoon Marauders 12. Back underway and lost forward by HMP Barbars, so it'll be a Wooden Spoon Marauders scrum to get the second half started. They trail 12 points to 21.
Crouch, bind, set.
Oh, and they just go scorching through straight off the set piece. He's been very, very good today, and that's another try to his collection.
You guys scoop the first kick in front of the post. You guys scoop the first kick in front of the post.
Just had that outside to inside line. Turned the shoulders of that defender that was trying to close him off. And gets his try as his reward.
Two for both sides, always held up. Take it in. Dubs, come off.
I can confirm, by the way, after some quick mental arithmetic, that while the British Army are out at the semi-final stage and therefore will not win the Bury St Edmunds Sevens, they are confirmed as a result getting to those semi-finals as the elite men's Super Sevens Series champions.
Bind.
It was always likely after victories at Farnham and Newbury, but the 12 points they gain for getting to the semi-finals will leave them on 52. Apache, who ended up in the plate competition today, only getting up to 33. Shogun, of course, still will add to their 25 points. The maximum they can add to that is 20 points, which would only take them to 45. So British Army are confirmed as the men's Super 7 Series champions. But of course, there is a title on the day, the Bury St Edmunds Sevens, yet to play for in that cup final. Same is true over in the women's competition, where the Hammerhead Sharks started the day on 35 points at the top of the tree. The minimum they can now get as a result of reaching the final is 50 points. The team they face in the final, Vaquita Hammerheads, the maximum they can get to is 44 points, and that's also the maximum that anyone else is on, which is Boom Beavers, also on 44. So the Hammerhead Sharks are confirmed as the Super Sevens Series women's champions. But it is all to play for to find out who the champions of the leg 3, the Bury St Edmunds Sevens, are across the various categories. That is all to play for, and that is all coming up after this. But how about that for another try from Wooden Spoon Marauders, who've been superb actually in this second half. And now they find themselves in the lead. Solid conversion as well. And they move to a 26-21 lead. 3 minutes left to play.
2.5 left. 26-21 to you. All in front when you're ready. Back. No, not sorry. Wrong advantage. What's that? No, please guys. What's forward? That's too close. No. Forwards at the time. Happy with yellow? Palm. Yeah? Back. Fine, not yet. No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. No. AR's got the time. Crouch. Bind. Set. Up.
Another penalty, Wooden Spoon Marauders. Try here, really would probably finish things off. Had half a think about the long offload and then decided not to. Probably a good decision.
Yeah. From the line. Yeah.
Another super score for Wooden Spoon Marauders. Conversion doesn't go, but they won't be too worried. They are now 10 points clear with less than a minute to play.
Be in possession, I'll tell you when.
Victory surely now theirs, and second place
When you're ready.
in this bowl competition. A reminder to stay tuned, because up next we move to the women's plate final. Savvy Panthers against Hong Kong China Rugby, a massive one, that one. First of 4 finals in a row to round the day off.
Just jumped early.
Penalty to HMP Barbars, and they'll think there's still a little bit of time. If they can score right away and score, they might just ball back inside. They've certainly got a chance here. Race for the line is on. That's a really good cover tackle, stopped any offload as well, and manages not to give away the penalty. That really is top-notch defending.
No tackle.
Even if they don't hold out, he's used up so much time by making that cover. And I think with this conversion, that's going to be that valiant effort from HMP to close things. But I think it will be the last action of the game. Conversion off the post, and that is that. Wooden Spoon Marauders finished second in the bowl behind Hong Kong Rugby China. HMP Barbars finished third. It finishes up here in this effective second place playoff. Wooden Spoon Marauders 31, HMP Barbars 26. Stay with us, because in a couple of moments time it's the women's plate final, as I say, Savvy Panthers against Hong Kong, and then it's the men's plate, Academic Barbarians against Rugby Deutschland, followed by the women's cup final, Hammerhead Sharks against the Vaquita Hammerheads, and then the men's cup final is 6:40, Boom Beavers against Shogun, all coming up in a few moments time. It's finals rugby now. The women's plate final. Hong Kong in red, kicking us off against Savvy Panthers in black. This for the plate. And Savvy Panthers with the first possession and going direct and going hard and looking for an offload. It's not quite there though, so they hang on to it. Oh, and bursting right through the midfield they go. Has she done a hammy or something? Something's happened there. Slowed right up. Hamstring gone. Her team may well finish it off in time though. Well, I tell you what, that's about as dramatic a start to a game as we've had. Absolutely bursting through. Goes down with what I'm sure is a hamstring, but manages to get the pass away, and her teammate finishes the try off for her.
Yeah, we'll wait after the kick.
Just absolutely went there, didn't it? Like watching Michael Owen in his heyday.
Yes, thank you.
Pass goes wide though. And her mate is there to finish off for her. Savvy Panthers take the lead in the plate final. And unfortunately, the number 11 that made the break is having to limp off. Her final lasts less than a minute, but her team lead 5 points to 0. Ball skips up into the hands of Savvy Panthers. Hong Kong defence regroups, regathers, makes the tackle. Cannot let that girl get any space on the outside. She is so quick. Savvy though, being rather savvy in their play, just playing patiently, shifting the ball through the hands, offloading through contact when it's on, as it was there. When it's not, just placing the ball back. Hong Kong trying to flood the breakdown, but to no success. They've all got a bit narrow here though, so they just take their time, and now there's a bit of space in behind, so they thump the ball in behind. So much time, just pick it up, regather, and we know she's got the pace to get away. She's got one hanging onto her shirt tails, but she's going to get across the line. Oh, it was like running through treacle at the end there with someone else hanging onto the shirt tails. 2 tries for her, though. 2 tries for Savvy Panthers. They're off to a flyer. The kick through worked well. She had to stop to pick it up. Just lost her footing slightly as she picked it up, which meant she couldn't quite accelerate away as she wanted to, but just enough strength to get across the line. A valiant effort in defence, but a valiant effort in try scoring as well. Savvy Panthers with a 10-0 lead. Conversion just dropped short, so it stays at 10. Fast start this in this women's plate final from Savvy Panthers. Kickoff is short. Hong Kong get the ball in their hands. First time in a while, it feels like they've had it. Making good headway as well. That's really powerful carrying work. And they've got numbers on the right-hand side. Don't need to use them. The numbers, the threat of them was enough to create the gap. And Hong Kong go scorching through underneath the posts. And a chance here to close the gap to just 3. Conversion's good. Hong Kong do close that gap to just 3. Plenty of tries in this first half of the women's plate final. Currently, Savvy Panthers 10, Hong Kong 7.
Strong advantage. Knock on.
They're playing scrum advantage, so we'll come back for it. Hong Kong will have the scrum round about the 10-metre line. On the field behind me, Academic Barbarians going through their paces ahead of their men's plate men's plate final, I should say, against Rugby Germany. That's coming up straight after this, around about 6 o'clock. Meantime, Hong Kong looking to see if in this last minute or so of the first half they can turn around what was a deficit and turn it into a lead. Savvy Panthers defence in no mood to give up much though, but they give away a penalty there. Oh, that's a lovely short line. If she could have held on to that, that would have been brilliant.
No advantage.
A really late line, back on the inside shoulder. Just couldn't get the ball to stick. A proper Ollie Lawrence line, that. Out to in. And look how that bank has filled up on the far side. The fans really have come out for the finals.
Set! Players just stay behind the ball.
Savvy Panthers looking to finish the half off on a high. Passes it back inside, but it doesn't go. And now it's broken field play for Hong Kong. Trying to move the ball, but it's a bit of a scrappy offload, and so just gives time for Savvy Panthers to reload their defence.
Strong advantage.
Somewhere in the background I can
Time's
hear
over.
one of the Fijian sides getting the singing underway, but Savvy Panthers not needing to sing, they're wanting to score, and they might just do that. That was clever play, just left the ball, got back to her feet, picked it up again and gets across for the try. Savvy Panthers will head into half-time at least 15-7 in front, could be 17 if they land the conversion. Brilliant fend to get the space. The tackle comes in, but she does really well to delay the effectiveness of that tackle, and then once it's made, she gets to her feet, releases the ball, picks it up again, and that's the try. Will be half-time. Conversion, the final action, won't go, so we head in at half-time in this women's plate final. Savvy Panthers 15, Hong Kong, China Rugby 7.
Half-time score here in the women's plate final. Savvy Panthers 15, Hong Kong, China 7. Next up we have the men's plate final with Academic Barbarians against Rugby Deutschland.
Ready for the second half. Savvy Panthers will kick off in their black kits, leading 15 points to 7 against Hong Kong, who are in their red shirts. Savvy Panthers kicking off from right to left. It's on the money, the kickoff, but Hong Kong on the money in response. I thought they were about to burst through the hole there, but not quite. Offloads galore, though. There's obviously been a chat at half-time about offloading in the Hong Kong camp. That one doesn't quite work, though, so Savvy Panthers have it and have a penalty as well.
7 roll away, scrum option.
And they call for the scrum. Big call. We've seen that a few times. Been particularly prevalent in the women's competition, calling for the scrum from penalties. I need to get down and ask someone what the thinking is on that.
Crouch.
Guess it's about tying in
Bind.
defenders,
Set.
giving yourself a structure to play off.
Back.
Slightly loose ball, but goes backwards.
Holding.
But then holding on the floor, Hong Kong have the penalty and they want to go fast. They really do want to up the tempo in this second half. That much is clear. Work rate is huge from Hong Kong at the moment. And they go scorching through the middle. Work rate and tempo paying off for Hong Kong. They get their second try of the game, and again, underneath the post, it's going to give themselves a really, really good chance of being able to close this to just a single point.
Nice, so she was away from the ball. She'd rolled across the flag. I think you had access to the ball for me. Thank you.
Conversion good. Hong Kong do close it to a point. 15-14, they now trail Savvy Panthers. And there is plenty of time left to play in this one. Plenty of time. They'd really stretched the defence with that tempo that they put on the game, and then just that outside break. Found the gap between the defenders. Helped by the fact that she had a mate on her outside that was just interesting, that last defender. Hong Kong really close this one down. What can Savvy Panthers do in response? Will they get drawn into this high tempo game? Well, it doesn't matter whether they get drawn into it or not, because they're making breaks left, right and centre. Through the middle they go, and away, an immediate response for Savvy Panthers. No sooner had Hong Kong close things up than Savvy Panthers pull things away. Conversion good. And they move out to 22 points to 14 in front. How crucial could that be? It just means that Hong Kong always need 2 scores.
Okay, thank you. Time off. Thank you, mate. Time on.
Deep kickoff from Savvy Panthers, claimed by Hong Kong. It's been a second half of try followed by try. Will we get another one in quick succession from Hong Kong? It's slow ball at the moment as they get tangled up in contact. Now they move it away. Bursting through the line they go. They need someone just on the shoulder there. There's no one quite there, so they have to take it into contact. Could have just done with a support runner. Running on a straight line on either shoulder there. Didn't quite have it, and then they lose the ball forward. Savvy Panthers will have the scrum.
Okay.
It is tricky when someone makes a break flat, when you're all lined up as deep as that. Not that there's anything wrong with being lined up deep, that's the plan. They want to spread the ball, but when someone makes a break on a high line, it's really difficult to get up on support and run a hard line off them.
Bind.
They just couldn't quite make that work on that occasion, which is how we ended up with them being under a bit of pressure and giving Savvy Panthers the scrum.
Release.
Savvy Panthers
Back. Offside number 8.
with the penalty.
Okay.
Hong Kong were
Scrum
offside.
option.
And once again, they call for the scrum. Definite tactic this from Savvy Panthers.
Crouch.
2 minutes left to play.
Set.
2 scores needed by Hong Kong. Savvy Panthers in possession. Going to the blind side, but then cutting back a little bit, trying to find some support. Not quite able to run the set-piece move they wanted to, but still managing to make half a break off the following phase of possession. There's an injury in the backfield for Hong Kong, so it's 7-on-6 at the moment. Can Savvy Panthers take advantage? There's got to be space somewhere with that extra player. Can't get the ball through the hands fast enough though, so she has to cut back against where her support is and go to ground. Tipped backwards. Now they find a bit of structure on it and just try and move it through the hands, but again, difficult to do, but they get the offload away. Now there's a chance. If that ball just sits up nicely, there should be a race to the try line, and it's a race that Savvy Panthers should be able to make. No, not quite. Gets up though and gets across the line. Hat trick in the final. Well, I'll tell you what, the cover was exceptional once again, but once again, it's an incredible finish. A well thought out finish. And that is going to be the final for Savvy Panthers. There's not enough time now. It's going to take 3 scores from Hong Kong, and we've got hardly anything left on the clock. And that is that. Savvy Panthers are the Bury St Edmunds Super 7 Series plate champions. A fantastic victory against Hong Kong. They really did score some wonderful tries. This is the team that didn't win a game in the group stages, but when it's come to knockout rugby, they've been nigh on impossible to stop. Hong Kong gave it a good go, but it finishes up Savvy Panthers 27, Hong Kong China Rugby 14. Savvy Panthers are the plate champions. We have 2 champions now. Hong Kong, the champions in the men's bowl. Savvy Panthers, the champions in the women's plate. And we now move across very quickly to the men's plate final. Academic Barbarians against Rugby Deutschland, the German side. And that coming up any moment now. It's a 6 o'clock kickoff, so it's going to be in just a few seconds. But congratulations, Savvy Panther, women's plate champions.
Coming up now, the men's plate final between Academic Barbarians and Rugby Deutschland.
Men's plate final time then. Academic Barbarians in sky blue, fluorescent blue almost really, playing from right to left to right is what I'm trying to say there. They will be kicking off to Rugby Deutschland in their resplendent red. And Deutschland with the tap back off the kickoff and get the penalty as well.
High tackle, 4. Down.
They go to touch with the penalty. We've seen this a little bit from Rugby Deutschland. It's certainly the way that they've been playing their sevens today, is looking to use the kick to touch when they get penalties and set pieces. Once again, our ball boys seem to have gone walkabout in the afternoon. They were very efficient in the morning, but they're only patrolling the 1 touch line now, it would appear. I think it's because the sun's on that side. Everyone's sort of moved across to the far side of the field. Not us hardy souls in broadcast over here in the shade all day.
Outside arm.
It's all about you, the viewer.
Scrum.
Quite rightly as well.
Scrums here. Inside you want. Inside you want.
Line out went a
Crouch.
bit skew whiff, so scrum down, Academic
Bind.
Barbarians ball.
Set.
Good chance here to try and launch something. Lovely footwork just to try and bamboozle the defence a little bit. Stretching the play from one side to the other, and now a little bit of space around the outside. Fend comes in. Had to get the pass away before he was bundled into touch. Got the pass away, but a little too firmly for his mate on the inside, and it
Lost forward into
knocked
touch.
forward into touch.
Lost forward, scrum. Up we come. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Oh, there was a bit of space there to run into. He opted not to. Almost can't work out why. There's a huge gap. He's made great ground either way. Academic Barbarians will blow a bit of a sigh of relief that he didn't opt to take that gap on. Rugby Deutschland still have the ball in their possession. Oh, great competition on the floor. Great competition on the floor from Academic Barbarians. They get the penalty. They went from the wrong place, though. It's just going to be slowed up.
Off feet. Don't. Yeah, I get it. That's it. We're okay? We've got time off.
Bit of a bang for one of the Academic Barbarians players, but it's a penalty to Rugby Deutschland. He'd just come off his feet. Just trying to work out what Rugby Deutschland have called for here. I think they might have opted for the scrum. Well, it's clearly spreading.
Let's go. Let's go. Up we come.
People want scrums.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay 9. Tackle.
Still 0-0. 4 minutes into this men's plate final. Rugby Deutschland are about to change all that. Darting through that long stride length, causing problems. And Rugby Deutschland open the scoring in this men's plate final. They lead 5 points to 0, and it's 5 points that are surely going to become 7 because it is slap bang in front of the posts. And it does indeed become 7. Conversion made. And let's have another look at that try. Just tied in 2 defenders there at that breakdown, and that really is what did it. It just creates too big a differential in numbers. There were pillars and posts at that ruck as well, and just too many defenders in one spot, allowed a bit of space. And Rugby Deutschland too good not to take advantage. But that is too good off the kickoff, claiming it and then surging forward, bouncing back to his feet as well. Academic Barbarians with a chance here to strike back immediately. Rugby Deutschland defence has scrambled well, but Academic Barbarians get the pass away and will respond immediately. That is lovely rugby. Superb. Conversion good as well. And we are all square with a minute left to play in the half. Initially, the Rugby Deutschland defence looked as though it had got itself sorted out, but one of them just had jumped out a little bit, created a half a dog leg, and that pass back onto the outside gives his mate enough room to just saunter home. So all square as we head towards half-time. Plate final here at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens, the final leg of the Super 7 series. These two sit 5th and 6th in the overall standings. They'll be looking to see if they can climb a little bit. Rugby Deutschland flooding through in numbers, and they've stretched it as well. Got a player right on this near touchline in acres of space. Defence has just spotted him and drifted out, but in drifting out, they leave gaps in between, and that allows Rugby Deutschland to finish the half with a try. Smart identification of space there. Really smart. As the defence drifted out to cover those players on the outside. The German player realised all he had to do was just breeze through the gap they'd left. His conversion doesn't go, but his side lead 12 points to 7 at half-time. Cracking half of rugby. And at half-time in this men's plate final, it's Rugby Deutschland 12, Academic Barbarians 7.
Half-time score in the men's plate final, Academic Barbarians 7, Rugby Deutschland 12. Next game on this pitch will be the Women's Cup final between the Hammerhead Sharks and Vaquita Hammerheads.
Teams back on the field, ready for the second half in this men's plate final here at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. As it stands, Rugby Deutschland in red lead 12 points to 7 against Academic Barbarians. But a 5-point difference and 7 minutes on the clock is a very long time and not a very big difference in sevens. We've seen that on numerous occasions already today. Will we see it again here? Rugby Deutschland on the attack early on, wanting to press home their advantage and getting very, very close indeed. They're 5 yards short now really do look to spread the ball from touchline to touchline, and this is why getting up and over the line, what a way to start the half for Rugby Deutschland. But I tell you what, once he didn't give the pass, he had to score or he'd have had his mate in his ear. And his mate wouldn't have been happy. Conversion is good as well, and that could be important in the shake-up of things. Rugby Deutschland moved to a 19-7 lead here against Academic Barbarians. That's a great kickoff, and Rugby Deutschland gobble it up. That is really, really fantastic work. Such a key aspect of sevens, and then they scorch down the blind side, looks for an offload, gets it away. Tackles come raining in, but Deutschland keep possession. Bouncing ball comes off the knee, I think, there, but ends up in the hands of Academic Barbarians anyway. Can they now break out? That's loose.
Backwards first.
Complete broken field now. There's an opportunity somewhere. All they've got to do is find it. Taking it into contact just allows the defense to reorganize, but then somehow he squirms free of contact, and he's going to race away and get pretty close to underneath the post, right under the posts, in fact. Crucial score that for Academic Barbarians. Absolutely crucial. Conversion's good, and it's a 5-point game. 19-14, Academic Barbarians trail now after this effort. I have no idea how he scored this. He's got 1, 2, a third tackler coming in, and somehow, some way, he just squirms 3 of them all. I wonder if the third tackler almost arrived with so much power he sort of forced him loose. Either way,
Winger offside.
an incredible score.
Scrum option.
And once again, Rugby Deutschland calling for the scrum when they have the opportunity to do so. They really do want a scrum.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Tackle now. Ball still in, don't come around now.
Key period of the game this now.
Oh, yeah.
German side score again. It might just be that, but if Academic Barbarians get one, then wow, we have a grand finale on our hands here in the plate final. Rugby Deutschland in possession, but giving away the penalty, coming in from the side to try and tidy up that ruck. Academic Barbarians with the penalty.
Don't need it. 8 needs to be in the air to play the ball.
About 2 minutes left. Can they do something spectacular? Well, they're going to kick it through. Tidied up neatly by Rugby Deutschland, and they might try and make something of this. That's a really important tackle that just comes in there. It's a bit of a gap in the midfield, but Rugby Deutschland choose not to exploit it, but they go the other way and almost make the breakthrough because that defence had got itself overstretched, trying to close that gap. They do really well just to slow that down. Academic Barbarians needed that. just to reorganise, but another half break from Rugby Deutschland, turning the screw now, the German side. Flinging the ball out wide, there's space out there, and there's going to be a try, and that might be the try that secures the plate for them. There is time left, but that's a 10-point lead. Academic Barbarians are going to have to score twice. Decent conversion attempt, just doesn't quite have the legs. Rugby Deutschland lead 24 points to 14. They'd made 2 or 3 half breaks in a row. And when you do that, there just has to be space somewhere. All you've got to do is find it, and find it they did with that looping pass over the top to the far side. And they have a 10-point lead with about 30 seconds left to go. They are on the way to the plate title. Important tackle there. Academic Barbarians know they need to get a shimmy on. Another important tackle comes in. That's a great pass through contact though. There might just be a bit of space here. Pins the ears back. Cover comes in, important cover as well. The player on the far side for Academic Barbarians just saying, please kick it through, I've got space. But where there is space on the left-hand side, but the pass is behind the player, and that is the final play of the game. Rugby Deutschland get the victory. They are the plate champions. They won the bowl last time out. This time they claim the plate. Fantastic performance in the final to beat Academic Barbarians 24 points to 14. Rugby Deutschland are your Bury St Edmunds plate champions, the Super 7 Series Leg 3 plate champions. Superb performance, and we now move into the 2 biggies, the cup finals. The Women's Cup final followed by the men's. Coming up next is the Women's Cup final, Hammerhead Sharks, who lead the standings up against Vaquita Hammerheads, who are 4th in the standings, but have been the outstanding side so far today. Meanwhile, the men's cup final at 6:40, Boom Beavers, the side that had only collected 7 points in the standings up to this point. Bear in mind, the teams at the top end have got close to 40. They're in the final. They take on Shogun, who sit 3rd in the overall standings across the 3 legs in what is going to be a massive final. That's coming up at 6:40, but up next, Hammerhead Sharks against Vaquita Hammerheads in the Women's Cup final. The men's plate champions, though, are the Rugby Deutschland, who won 24-14 against Academic Barbarians. A fantastic final. Right, we are just about ready for the Women's Cup final. Hammerhead Sharks against Vaquita Hammerhead. Hammerhead Sharks are kicking us off in white. Vaquita Hammerheads are in purple. The Vaquita Hammerhead in possession now. And now turned over to Hammerhead Shark possession. These two met earlier on in that final group game of the day. Vaquita Hammerheads won that one 27-12, a really fantastic performance.
Step back.
But Hammerhead Sharks have been the best side in the women's competition across the 3 legs. They sit at the top of the standings and they will finish top of the standings. They will be the Super Sevens champions, but who will be the Bury St Edmunds Sevens champions? That is what we're here to decide. Hammerhead Sharks on the attack first. And looking to see if they can find some space. There might be some on the outside there. They just have to cut back in just to stop the defence putting too much pressure on that pass. Still they keep possession though. Vaquita Hammerhead defence is really good at the moment though, just closing off options, numbering off really nicely and almost getting the intercept, but in going for the intercept, it opens the space up for Hammerhead Sharks to get this final underway with the first try. It was an all or nothing play. And unfortunately for Vaquita Hammerheads, it was all to Hammerhead Shark. Jumped out to try and make the intercept, couldn't reach it. Vaquita Hammerheads, therefore running unopposed. Almost a Finn Russell-like pass, that wasn't it? Tempting the defender out. Oh, the conversion was a cracking effort. Comes back off the post, so it's a 5-0 lead for Hammerhead Sharks early on in this Women's Cup final. Just to give you a run through of who's picked up silverware already. Hong Kong won the men's bowl. That turned into a round robin competition. Meanwhile, the women's plate was won by Savvy Panthers, and just a few moments ago we saw Rugby Deutschland win the men's plate. But we are now into the cup games, the games that really matter.
Crouch, bind, set.
Hammerhead Sharks win the scrum. Ship the ball to the outside. Thought she was going to take her on in a pace test on the outside, but chooses not to. Saving that one up. Sun is really beating down now. These final 2 games of the day. Hammerhead Sharks looking for a second score. Has she been held up? No, says the referee. Got the ball down. Second try for Hammerhead Sharks. Oh, I'll tell you what. This is a bit different to that group game, isn't it? This is a bit different. Conversion just sprays wide, but it's a 10-0 lead for Hammerhead Sharks. Brilliant start to this Women's Cup final, absolutely brilliant. They've been bang on it right from the start. And this is really the first time that Vaquita Hammerheads have had the ball and already been made to work hard by the pressure at the breakdown from Hammerhead Sharks. Now they get to spray it a bit wider and go a bit direct. Some forward momentum now for Vaquita Hammerheads. And now a little go around the outside, more than a little go, a huge go around the outside. Vaquita Hammerheads are in this final. The first chance they get to show us what they've got. And they show us they've got plenty. Beauty of a try around the outside, fantastic pace. Game on. 10-5 then to Hammerhead Sharks. Minute and a half left in the first half. Pulsating first half it's been. Plenty of time yet for another score before the break. Tidy offload. Oh, a little dabble down the blind side. Is there anyone there for the offload? Yes, there is. Vaquita Hammerheads do well just to bundle that one into touch.
Well, Max, now, thank you.
Quite literally directly
There's your mark.
below our commentary and camera position, as you can see. Looking directly down on top of them. Not sure the AR is going to thank us for that particular angle. Vaquita Hammerheads. How they'd love to even this one up just before half time, and there's a bit of a half a chance here. But she might carry on going around the outside. Opted not to. Gives the pass on one more, and now they set up the breakdown. What have they got down this left-hand side? There is a bit of space there. There's a big gap between the last two defenders, and we know they've got plenty of pace on the outside. Defense just manages to close it up, but that's a great offload. They keep it alive, and there's space on the outside. Steps back inside, still going. Vaquita Hammerheads within about 6 or 7 meters now. Get a couple of passes in, they chip through. Is she taken out off the ball? I'm not sure she was. I think it was legitimate, but the ball is loose. It's anyone's to go for, and the try is awarded. It was a brave, brave play. The chip through, but it caused utter carnage in behind the defence. And Vaquita Hammerheads get the ball down. They level the game up, and I'll tell you what, this is not a bad position to be converting from. They might well just get themselves in front. She's just been put off her rhythm as someone runs on with a bottle of water for her. Fortunately enough, it doesn't put her off too much. She lands the conversion, and Vaquita Hammerheads, having been 10-0 down, head into half-time with a 12-10 lead over Hammerhead Sharks. What a final this is. What a 7 minutes we have coming up after the break. Half-time, Vaquita Hammerheads 12, Hammerhead Sharks 10.
I got the last man, I got the last man.
Both teams ready for the second half. If it's anything like the first half, we've got an absolute cracker on our hands. Vaquita Hammerheads get us underway. Hammerhead Sharks in possession. They trail 10 points to 12, having led 10 points to 0. This is absolutely anyone's for the taking. Hammerhead Sharks may have won the overall Super 7 series, but you know for sure they want to do it in style by winning this Bury St Edmunds Sevens.
Onside.
Vaquita Hammerheads, meanwhile, want to claim the first cup title of the series. Knocked out at the semi-final stage at both Farnham and Newbury. Now here in the final at Bury St Edmunds.
Hands off.
They'd love to finish the job, but it's Hammerhead Sharks that are getting closest to finishing the job early on here in the second half. Much like in the first half, scoring early on. They had the numbers on the outside. Defence drifted across, a simple step inside. And Hammerhead Sharks back in the lead. Conversion doesn't go. The Sharks are back in the lead. We see it again here. They just had so many numbers on the right-hand side. All they had to do was make the right decision. And that right decision was to step inside and across the line. Smart finish. Kickoff finds space and it's going to run out into touch deep in the 22. Vaquita are going to have to play out from deep inside their own half here.
There's your mark.
Vaquita trying to go round the outside. Oh, they get the pass inside. I thought she was going to end up tackled into touch, but gets the pass inside. The chase is on. She's being absolutely hounded down by defenders. That is superb commitment in defence. Can she get a pop pass away? Yes, she can. Oh, that is brilliant. That is brilliant from both sides. Wonderful defence, but the patience on the floor to find the pop pass, but not just to find it, but to put her support player away into space to get away for the try. And no sooner had the Sharks taken the lead back, Vaquita take it back from them. Just look at this. The defensive work, first of all, is superb. From nowhere they get back to make that, but then look at that for a pop off the ground into the line of running. Allows her to just not break stride and arc around the defense for a crucial try. Conversion didn't go, but it's a 17-15 lead now for Vaquita Hammerheads. What a final. What a final this is. What have the Sharks got in response now? Forward pass this time. It's just drifted. Just drifted.
Got 2.5.
2.5 minutes left is the call from the referee.
Crouch.
Plenty of time.
Bind. Set.
Vaquita. Have a little look down the blind side. There is a bit of space there. The ball goes to hand. Oh, and another offload. Can they get away towards the try line? Yes, they can. Back-to-back scores for Vaquita Hammerheads. And now they're in the driving seat in this final. Initially, it looked like the plan was to go open, but they just saw there was some space on the blind side. Took that blind side on. Get a couple of offloads away, and it's a lovely finish. And a 7-point lead now as that conversion just drifts wide. 22 points to 15 they lead. 90 seconds left on the clock.
1.5.
Vaquita Hammerheads edging ever closer towards a first title of this Super 7 series. Kickoff goes on the bounce into touch. They won't mind that. They won't mind that at all. That is time being eaten out the clock. Sharks will be keen to get a move on.
Hold it out. We need someone in the channel. We need someone in the channel.
And with no one in the channel, whether that's gamesmanship or a genuine mistake, it just eats away a few more seconds. Sharks claim the line out though. Plenty of time yet for them. It's only a 7-point deficit. They try to have a little go around the outside. Don't quite make it this time. 30 seconds now. 30 seconds for Vaquita to hold out. 30 seconds for Sharks to score. And that is exactly what they're going to do. She's got to get near the post. She's got to do everything she can to get as close to those sticks as she possibly can. That's a fantastic effort. She's given it a good go. She's absolutely shattered as well. A wonderful, wonderful score. Well, here we go. This is a big conversion. Conversion is good. And there's hugs all round. We're just trying to work out exactly who's happiest with that. I think that Hammerhead Sharks have the victory. They scored first, I know that much, and often that's the deal breaker in these situations. And Hammerhead Sharks are all smiles. They are your champions.
Next up, our final game of the day is the men's cup final, Shogun versus Boom Beavers.
Well, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna try and work out exactly the setup here. Both sides appear not unhappy. We'll try and work that one out. In the meantime, brace yourselves, because there's a men's cup final coming up in a few seconds' time. Both sides are on the field and ready to go. Boom Beavers in purple and Shogun in black. Vaquita Hammerheads and Hammerhead. Well, the trouble is, I think they're all part of the same club, aren't they? So they're all happy for each other. We'll come back to you with news on exactly what that meant. Certainly one of the great games of the entire day. But in the meantime, we've got another final to get our teeth stuck into. The men's cup final, Boom Beavers against Shogun. Boom Beavers, who have not got anywhere near this level of the competition in the two legs previously, but now they are in the grand final and they take on one of rugby's absolute giants in Shogun. And we're off. Shogun with a high restart.
Get advantage over.
Boom Beavers almost managed to nick it. Confirmation coming through, by the way, that it was Vaquita that got the victory. I thought it was Vaquita, but actually I thought it was a draw. I can't remember. Either way, it has come through that Vaquita are indeed the Women's Cup champions. We'll get into that at half-time, because I'll tell you what, we've got the meat of a big Men's Cup final going on right now as well. Boom Beavers trying to break out from their own half. Shogun flooding through the ruck, but flooding through the ruck, well, I was going to say illegally, but perfectly legally. Referee had his arm out for just a second, but pulled it back in, and Boom Beavers go behind. Shogun take the lead. A breakaway try. Shogun, by the way, who are going to finish either way, regardless of what happens in this game, second in the overall standings, but how they would love, absolutely love, to win the big prize today and be crowned Bury St Edmunds Sevens champions. And this is quite some way to start the final. A huge counter ruck over the ball, picks it up.
Stay behind.
Superb. High restart. Sun getting low in the sky now as well. That's going to start playing a role. Tom Burton there in possession. He's tackled well. Shoguns look around the outside, get the break away. They're going to be away for their second score of the game. No one's going to catch him. 2 tries for Shoguns. Conversion goes as well, and that's a 12-0 lead for Shogun. What a start in this Men's Cup final from Shogun. But as we saw in the women's, a strong start only counts for so much. What a handoff that was. Really powerful handoff. Big challenge from Shogun, but Boom Beavers have the ball and fling it out to that far side. There's a little bit of space for them to work into. Going to take it on the outside, but the tackle is made. They swing it back the other way. Turned over. Shogun's looking for a third. Looking to put real distance between the two sides. Boom Beavers have got a man down injured as well. A natural overlap for Shoguns, and they take advantage through the middle. A third score, just 4 minutes gone. 17-0 lead that's surely soon to become 19. They have turned up in this final, and they have turned up in a big way.
Yeah, sorry about that. I actually really like you. Don't be forgetting.
Conversion is good. They move out to a 19-0 advantage.
Come off, subs.
They moved it from one side to the other. And that gap in the middle with that big step. Enough for a third try.
Stay behind.
What have Boom Beavers got in the locker? Important you feel that they get on the scoreboard. They'd love to get on the scoreboard for half-time. It'll be important, and they've got a good chance here as they get on the outside. The drift defence comes in, he chips it back in field. Oh, the old-fashioned 80s out-to-win kick. Doesn't quite work out this time, or might it? It's a scramble for the ball there. I think it's coming back on Shogun's side, but it's coming back illegally, and it's a penalty to Boom Beavers. It's going to be a yellow card as well, because they've really slowed that one up. Tom Burton goes to the bin. That'll be his last action of this first half. Well, it caused absolute carnage, that kick back in field, didn't it? At one point, it looked as though it had been tidied up, but then it just kept on bobbling around. So difficult to judge.
Crouch! Bind!
So here we go. Huge opportunity for Boom Beavers. They get the free kick. They go quickly. He's going to go darting to the line himself. Oh, what a tackle that is. Huge defensive intervention. Still Boom Beavers come. They're going to get across the line this time. Crucial try. They needed to score before the break, and they have. 19-0. Would have looked challenging at half-time. 19-5, or what is likely to be 19-7, will feel all the more comforting. In fact, it is only going to be 19-5. That conversion doesn't go. But at half-time, in this men's cup final at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens, the final stage of the Super 7 series, it's Shogun 19, Boom Beavers 5. Now, I promised you at half-time we would bring you confirmation of what was a confusing end to that Women's Cup final. It was indeed Vaquita Hammerheads that claimed the title. They conceded that try right in the final play, but there was a floating conversion that had been, the referee hadn't signalled, I believe, but had noted down, which meant it was a 24-22 victory to Vaquita Hammerheads over Hammerhead Sharks. So Vaquita Hammerheads are the Bury St Edmunds Women's Elite Champions. Fantastic from Vaquita Hammerheads. Hammerhead Sharks, of course, have the consolation of the fact that they have the overall standings title in the Super 7 series, but today it is Vaquita Hammerheads that came out on top. Back underway then. Boom Beavers get us started and win the restart themselves. Or lost forward into their hands by Shogun. Shogun, remember, led 19-0, but a last play try at the end of the first half gave Boom Beavers the lead. And they build on that momentum. They've got an extra player at the moment as well for the next phase or two of possession. That's not backwards, so they can still play. And look to play is exactly what they'll do, flinging it across to the far side now, looking to cut back inside. In fact, it was the dummy switch. Makes an extra few yards. They're just working their way through. Patient play, but that's intercepted. Shogun have it. Can they get another offload away? No, not quite. That's good defense just to wrap it up. Even if it was a high tackle, it was a crucial intervention. There's one more offload there, and Shogun were under the sticks. And quite sensibly, being down to 6, Shogun go to the corner in the knowledge that that'll mean they get back up to 7 when this restart takes place, and indeed the spare man comes on. They are back up to 7. Smart work that from Shogun,
You're on the edge of the line.
despite the cries from the crowd of boring.
This is you. On the try line, please.
Boring but effective.
On the line. Oh, that ball's in the way. Sorry, gents.
We'll go again.
Apologies. Yep. Make sure your toes there.
Loose ball, but safely in Shogun hands. Out to the outside, a bit of a foot race on the outside, and in the end, a foot race easily won by Shogun. They draw first blood in the second half.
I thought it was inside shoulder.
Conversion is good as well. Shogun get themselves back to what feels like a comfortable advantage, 24 points to 12. 26 with the conversion.
Time off.
26 points to 5 even. Here I am just throwing points like confetti at Boom Beavers. 26 points to 5, Shogun lead. 4 minutes left to play. And time's just off for the moment. There's an injury around about the 22. Boom Beavers just making a change.
Just let me know when we're good to go back. Going left. Just like. Right. Time back on. Come on. Over. All on.
Hacked through. Boom Beavers after it, Shogun after it as well. Ball wins the race and finds touch.
Time off, sub. Yeah, Shogun. Mark's here. Yeah. Time on. Throw the ball.
Long line out for Boom Beavers, but it goes over the top and into the hands of Shogun. Huge opportunity here for Shogun, and they just go bursting through the shackles there. Oh, he's been superb all day. His power and pace near unstoppable. And I think it's probably pretty safe to say that the Bury St Edmunds Sevens title is going the way of Shogun. 31-5 now they lead. Surely soon to be 33-5 with the conversion. Indeed it is. And with just 2 minutes left to play, Shogun in control of this final. Look at the power to just burst through those would-be tacklers. Some finish. Bouncing ball, just clipped a Shogun finger on the way forward. So here, scrum down. Boom Beavers, 90 seconds to go. They probably know they're just playing for pride now, but plenty of pride in those ranks. They've been fantastic, by far and away
Crouch.
their best performance
Bind.
of the 3 legs.
Set.
Knocked out in the bowl semi-finals in leg 1. Knocked out in the plate semi-finals in leg 2. And here in leg 3, they reach the cup final. And they've got another penalty, a high tackle there. They'll look to play. And another penalty. This is going to be a yellow card, a second yellow card of the game for Shogun. Scrum is called.
2 yellow cards.
Wanting to take advantage of the extra numbers.
2, red card.
In fact, it's a second yellow card to the same player, I think. So I think it's a red. Not that it makes much difference in that there's only a minute left to play anyway.
Set.
Ball lost, Shogun have it. All they've really got to do is play this next 30 seconds out, but they want more, they want far more, they want tries. They love tries at Shogun, and tries are what they're going to get. They're going to finish in a flurry.
That's time.
It's going to be 6 tries. Referee says that's that. Shogun saunter home. 38 points to 5. Conversion is good as well. 40 points to 5. It finishes up. Shoguns are your men's cup champions at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. They win leg 3 of the Super 7 series with an absolutely stunning final performance. That conversion made it 40 points to 5 to finish off. An absolutely outstanding performance from Shogun. Boom Beavers deserve all the credit in the world. They put in by far and away their best tournament performance of the series to get to this final, but just look at this for a finish to the game from Shogun. Determined to finish on a high. Broke through the tackle and no one stopping him once he gets going. It's been a fantastic day here at Bury St Edmunds RFC. A day full of superb sevens play, some wonderful tries, some brilliant skills, some not inconsiderable pieces of defence as well. There's Terry Sands, the founder of the Shogun team. Travelled the world with this group. He absolutely loves it. Cornerstone of all they do. But the roll of honour here then at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. The men's bowl was won by Hong Kong China Rugby. They were superb in that. The women's plate, meanwhile, won by Savvy Panthers, who didn't win a game in the group stages, but my goodness me, they were good when it came to knockout rugby. The men's plate, meanwhile, another international winner in Rugby Deutschland, who were just fantastic against Academic Barbarians, particularly in the second half of that final. Then the Women's Cup final, it was a close one, it was a nervy one. We didn't know quite what had happened. It was that tight and that nervy. But it ended up with a Vaquita Hammerheads victory, 24 points to 22 against the Hammerhead Sharks. Hammerhead Sharks, by the way, won the overall standings. They are the Women's Super 7 Series champions, but Vaquita Hammerheads are the women's champions at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. And then in the men's final, where the British Army had been knocked out at the semi-final stage, they still, though, gathered enough points to claim the Super 7s Series men's title with a whopping 52 points, quite exceptional from them. But they were beaten in their semi-final by Boom Beavers, who made it to the final against Shogun, who've been the second best team across the series to the British Army, and it showed in the final. It was maybe just a step too far for Boom Beavers, who'd given everything to get through that semi-final, and in the end Shogun were just too good in the final. An absolutely outstanding display for a superb 40 points to 5 victory. They are the men's cup champions at the Bury St Edmunds Sevens. A fantastic day here in Suffolk, finishing up in the sunshine. It's been superb. It's been a superb series, the Super 7 series. It'll be back again this time next year for another three-legged extravaganza of sevens. Until then, tune in for plenty more sevens here on Next Gen 15. We've got loads coming up, and we've got the Touch Rugby World Cup coming up in mid-July as well, so be sure to watch that as Shogun Sevens just give themselves a final clap before sending off. But that is it here from Bury St Edmunds, Hong Kong, Savvy Panthers, Rugby Deutschland, Vaquita Hammerheads and Shogun, the silverware collectors here at the Super Sevens. And of course, the overall champions we must pay attention to. The Hammerhead Sharks in the elite women's competition, finishing up on, I think, 50 points. They've been superb. And the British Army finishing up on 52 points to take the overall standings. Well done to them in the overall Super 7 series, and well done to all of today's champions on what has been an absolutely fantastic day here at Bury St Edmunds. Have a very good rest of your weekend. Thank you so much for watching, and we will catch up with you very soon for the next one as we part ways as Shogun have the little photo underneath the posts. Good night and goodbye, everyone.
Cool.